friends. What's up? Hope all is well. LFG. Yo, welcome in. How's it going, my friends? Aye, today is Big News Day. Yeah, Filter Blade is out too, man. We have so many news today. Hope you're all doing well, my friends. Welcome in. My internet might have some issues today, guys, because there's a lot of people here using it right now. We have a lot of snow here, so there's people skiing and yeah, using some internet. But we'll see. I think there's going to be some frame losses, but I hope it's going to be fine. I'm scheduled to get new internet connection soon, but it's not there yet. Maybe like soon TM. Ski stream. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yes, how many hours left? I put a timer. Actually, let me put it up. I believe it's still 7 hours, right? If my... I mean, time zones are hard, but I think it's gonna be this. Alright, let's put it on the left side. It's easier to show. I think it's gonna be... Fuck. Maybe it's better here, actually. Where is here? In Germany, where I live. Always Americans get the best time for announcement. I think it's at a like human hour, right? I mean, 9 PM for me in the evening is fine, and for America it's like noon, afternoon. I think that's kind of okay. But yeah, I checked like a few people. Like I think MP made a post on X, and like what do you guys expect is happening today? Yeah, loot filter for PlayStation. That would definitely be one of the things that I would like to see as well. I mean, again, I'm not playing on console, but I just heard from you guys how bad it is on console these days. So yeah, made a post here about the news. Yeah, I would love to see like Armor Live updates or something, maybe. Armor Live could be changed quite a bit. Well, and then yeah, loot filter for console. And that'd actually be sick. That'd be incredible. Now they don't use time on nerfing multi-mirror builds. Or buff underperforming builds. Yeah, but I think some builds definitely need a nerf, right? There's just too much. The patch is coming together with the announcement, so we don't know for sure. They might. How does DGG usually do it? I think it's gonna be like tomorrow or something, the patch. So the announcement is today. Do you think we'll get the patch right away, chat? I think it might be like a day later. I'm gonna pin this as well. Yeah, GeForce, let's go. The new graphics cards are incredible. I hope we're not losing too many frames, guys. How's the stream quality? Is it okay? Greetings to D. Thanks, man. Let's go. I'm about to throw hands if we don't get a loot filter for console. 35 plus days of pain. No patch today. Yeah, we'll see. Looks great. Okay, I'm happy. We're on Starlink today. But again, we might have some issues here. Lots of people. I will see. Maybe it's gonna be fun. I have like 1% package loss. Oh yeah, I think that's because I didn't like talk fully into the microphone. I really have to move around less. Then the voice is gonna be fine. But yeah, we definitely wanna finish the Ranger today. We are like in Act 3 in Cruel. I'm gonna get that to Endgame, but I think before I like invest or trade many of the items for any build, I really wanna like wait and see. But have you guys seen Neversink posted a new filter? And I literally just got that one. I haven't tried it. 53 minutes ago? Oh yeah, this is the one I did. I just downloaded this about 50 minutes ago, right before the stream. Moves around more. I think it might be better if I just put the microphone like further away. Let me try that actually. How about this? And we just make it louder. Maybe more chill. Might be better like this. Where's D4? Well, D4 is also getting some news. Dude, this like next 5 days are gonna be pretty amazing. There's gonna be everything. So here's D4. January 16th, they're getting a live stream. They're gonna announce a big pack. Now we'll see. I think we had a video. I think there were some people that made some prediction videos. You want to see from some of the veterans? I think Fabgun made a great one. Okay, what is Fabgun expecting? This is the guy whose ranger build I'm following. Oh wait, POB is coming tomorrow as well? You have a source on that? That's crazy. Dude, what am I getting here? Marvel Rivals is gonna make billions. Oh yeah, there's a video here from Fabgun. He made some predictions. Can you link Mercy? Is there like a
hey
exposed
guys.
expose or something? Okay, let's see what Fabgun here, we already subscribed and I'm linking the video, is expecting for the patch.
Hey guys, I want to make a new video going over a potential major patch that is going to happen in Path of Exile 2.
Today, boys.
So, if you're not sure what this is going to be, if you're a new player, they only ever do these live stream patches when they're big, like massive amount of content. In PoE1, it has historically been new leagues. So, if they're doing a live stream for a patch...
Wow. I mean, they're saying patch, so I don't think it's gonna be a leak, but... it must be something good. New chars. Character optimization tool. Hell yeah. There's gonna be some big calculations.
Presumably, this is going to be massive news, like massive
content. Big
They wouldn't do a live stream if it's only going to be like, oh hey, we're just adding like one new mechanic, right? So this is potentially a really big patch. At least that's what I hope for. Like I said, historically in PoE1, we've only gotten these massive big live streams when it has been a new league. So
yeah, like warrior buff, armor buff. I think a warrior would get a nice passive buff if they change armor a bit and life scaling, or at least damage mitigation on armor and these kind of things.
You're gonna live stream in PoE2, it's probably a decent amount of new content. So yeah, on January 12th at 12:30 p.m. PST, they are doing a live stream. We'll see what's gonna happen. It's just an announcement. They didn't say what's gonna be in it, and then there'll be a Q&A after. So I made my own predictions. You know, what's going to be nerfed, what's going to be buffed, what's potential new content that we're looking forward to, and what I'm hoping for. So first things first, what is going to be nerfed?
Predicted nerfs. Oh no.
If you're new to PoE, GEG does nerf quite often, and the power level in PoE2 is really absurdly high, probably way higher than they ever thought.
Bro, we all gonna get nerfed. This guy needs to stop spamming. Cheers. Hide your OP characters, guys. The nerf hammer is coming.
What it would be. So I do expect nerfs, but I do expect some buffs as well. So obviously Archmage and Mom, these are very, very strong right now.
Don't nerf our mom. What is this?
100%.
Mom and Dad's gonna get a nerf.
The most played build right now actually is this Arcade Heralds. If you've been watching me, Heralds are absolutely nuts. The AoE screen clear they have.
Internet issue.
Av is actually better than that of PoE1. So, I mean, this is, yeah, 100% going to be nerfed. Stat stacking or gemling, these are kind of together, but also stuff like, you know, Hands of Wisdom in action are completely insane, even when you aren't stat stacking. So stuff like this is probably going to get nerfed. Grim Feast, obviously Energy Shield is very nuts, and a major part of that is Grim Feast, especially the overflow part.
More F. Yeah, my internet today is not bueno, guys.
Also, Energy Shield
is going to be okay moving forward.
In general, even without Grim Feast, Energy Shield is completely busted. It's really not that hard to reach like 5k to 10k ES depending on where you are on the tree. You know, if you're in a witch starting area, you can easily reach 10k ES with no issue, while you can't really get more than like 4 or 5k life. So yeah, Energy Shield's pretty busted. You'd expect Energy Shield to be nerfed or life to be brought up to Energy Shield levels, because
yeah, I think PoE1 had, from what I heard, like a lot of life nodes on the tree, right? We don't really have that anymore. It's all gone.
Right now it's kind of,
it's all ES, that's why it's so strong.
Unbalanced, and obviously Energy Shield is just way better. Hand of Wisdom in action kind of goes with a stat stacking, but not, you know, not really. The gloves in general are just completely overpowered, even when you aren't stat stacking. Let's do a ton of damage. Anything that can kill a pinnacle boss in 1 second. Like I said, I don't really think...
I think there's actually quite a few builds, right, that can do that. Kill the boss in 1 second. God damn.
They want the game, especially this early on, to where builds are killing the hardest content in a single second. So any build that can kill, you know, Arbiter 4 in 1 second is most likely getting nerfed. And hopefully, this is kind of hopefully, on-death effects. I think on-death effects are the biggest complaint among players for Dian. It is really feels unfair. It does way too much damage. I really hope this does get a nerf. Now, my predicted buffs. Obviously, they'll also buff a lot of unused stuff as well. A lot of undertuned stuff. Mason Warriors. So obviously, you know, Warriors in general are pretty weak. They do have some strong stuff. That's why I say...
yes, some Mason Warrior buffs. I think Masons are just so slow, dude. Hey, jerking ahead. Thanks for 17 months, dude. Much appreciated. Oh, actually, guys. Yeah, the commands are working again. See, just fucking restart the stream and then it works. Bam. This is gonna be the lightning arrow also from Fabgun. If they nerfs Herald's Grim Feast, I'm just quitting the game. I don't think that's entirely fair. I mean, the double, like Herald of Ice plus Herald of Thunder combination is pretty insane.
They probably will nerf the warrior builds that one-shot bosses, like Hammer of the Gods can one-shot bosses. That'll probably be nerfed. In exchange, they'll probably buff the underused warrior stuff. Cold and fire spells, practically no one is playing cold or fire spells really. There's like some cold stuff, but not really. So I definitely expect these to be buffed, especially if Archmage is nerfed, and I'll give people like more builds to play. Life buffs, like I said, I think either life is being buffed or Energy Shield is being nerfed, but life is so far behind ES right now that like one of these two things have to happen.
I mean, then there's also the mana shield, right, with Mom, so that's like the three big pillars that you can use, and life is definitely seems to be the weakest. I think mana even seems to be the strongest one.
More defense options. This is one thing I do hope for that'll come. I don't think it will come in this patch, but there is a lack of defense options in PoE2. It really feels like you can't build defense. Like me as a Deadeye, it feels like, okay, I can go to ES or I can go evasion. But as ES is broken, that's the only reason why it's good. So when ES is, you know, properly balanced, my only option would be evasion. You know, that's it. That's all the defense I can build. So I do hope there is more defense options. It definitely feels like a big lack of defense options. I can't really do much to my character to add defense outside of stacking ES. And now potential new content. So this is the reason why I'm really looking forward to the live stream.
Oh my god, man. Like, I don't know. Do you guys think we're gonna get a new league? I think a new act might be very likely, because they said by the end of the early access phase, they're gonna have all the 6 acts out, right? I mean, maybe we can get one more act or something. Rangers defenseless shit. Yeah, but I mean, it has so much DPS though. Yeah, one new act would be super cool.
Is that once again, they do these live streams.
Yeah, Druid would be nuts.
When they're announcing a lot of stuff, big news, right? They're not going to do a live stream if it's just like, oh yeah, we're just going to nerf like 3 builds, right? They aren't going to do a live stream for that. They're doing a live stream because it's potentially new content, right? That is the reason why they do live streams. So the first big one,
I think they will also address a lot of the problems, you know, like they had so much like, well, there was so much positive stuff, but there was also a lot of like critical feedback, basically like loot filter on console, some of the balance changes, like not being able to find the citadels. I think they will also use this live stream and also the talk later with Gezi and Duff Microtransactions to kind of explain, you know, like what they're gonna do going forward and like why they made decisions like they did make them and release the game like that. And I mean, they already done so many cool upgrades already. Like just imagine like the checkpoint hopping and all these kind of things that they already did. DG needs us to test classes. Leaks will be later. Ready for my Millisor, KK. I think to some degree, like it's already a Millisor, right? Even with Spark, it can be kind of melee. Yeah, armor scaling could get some buffs for sure. Well, let's keep watching.
And could potentially be a new league. So it'll be a fresh start. You'll still keep your character.
Economy reset would be kind of cool.
Standard. If you play Diablo,
I think people's expectations are way too high. There's gonna be balance and tinkering with mechanics. Yeah, but like if it's just that, if it's literally just balance, why would they make a live stream? Like Fabgun said it here, like historically, you know, when they make a live stream, it's a pretty big announcement. Now, that doesn't mean it's always gonna be like that, but most likely, it's gonna be like something big, something that warrants a live stream, right? I mean, if they're just gonna nerf some builds, they could just post patch notes, right? But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm not like really all too familiar with like the historic stuff of these live streams, but whenever I watch them, there was some big stuff. The timer is for the live stream up here, yes. New league after only a month. Well, it doesn't have to even necessarily be a league. Like he's just saying fresh start, like an economy reset. Because you know, there's been like a couple of very questionable, like I mean, it was not really like duplication methods, but like they could dupe the instances and got like a bunch of temporalises and like potentially other stuff as well. Yeah, Diablo always has a campfire for the season. But I could definitely see that you guys saying like people's expectations are too high. Yeah, I could see that part for sure.
well, before, but I haven't played PoE1. It's the same thing as a season in Diablo. You know, you can choose a new league, refresh, fresh economy. You still have your standard character that you can play, but it's on a different economy. So potentially new league. I don't really expect it, but it definitely could happen. We'll see. Huntress and Druid. This is actually something I do expect. I actually do expect Huntress and Druid to come with this live stream and the next patch. The reason why, they said before PoE2 launched that Huntress was pretty much almost done and ready to be launched right before PoE2 did.
Dude, Huntress is so cool. Have you guys seen the Huntress gameplay, man? Holy shit. We watched that actually quite a bit. Do I still have it? There was such a cool like Huntress gameplay. But I don't remember exactly. I'll find this. This looks like so much like the Java Zone. I think they showed it at an ExileCon or something. Yes.
So the design of this is basically, this is just a little town area, so I can just practice here without any monsters attacking me. But when you use this, it creates this little like whirling storm around you. But there's actually more things you use. For example, if I use this here, I've got a skill here which like makes your character run like.
This is like Java Zone, man. On Diablo 2, that was so cool.
Maybe you didn't quite see that. Like do like a slash back, and which also traps monsters. So you want to kind of like whirling slash, and then get out of there with that one. And then once you're out of there, then you can start throwing the your spears from range. Another one that's really useful for the Huntress is the spear field. So when you use this, probably not that useful against zombies because they move so slowly anyway. But you create a field of spears and they slow down.
Yeah, if we get a class like this, dude.
Monsters. So if you've got a lot of fast monsters around, then that's a really handy one. And then the other one that's kind of useful is puncture. So puncture can be useful for moving from one pack to the other. If I make this thing here, well, there's no other monsters nearby, so that's unfortunate. But effectively, it's a skill that lets you teleport towards monsters like this. And the further away you are when you use it, the more that you're going to bleed. The more that you're going to bleed them. So it can be quite handy to use, depending on the situation. So maybe if I'll sort of do this. So I'm going to create a whirling slash here. I'm going to go out of there, which traps them in, but I can go back in with the puncture to bleed, and then follow up with my more single target rapid assault skill, which has a nice ending damage thing there. So this guy's moving pretty fast, so I'll use Spear Field to slow him down a little bit, and then I can pre-prepare.
I mean, there might be a chance, right? I see spin to win. Well, they're all getting close. They're all getting close. Huntress and Druid. 2 OP must nerf it. There was another great gameplay, but I can't find it now. But yeah, I mean, if we get like Huntress or Druid, and Druid was also looking fantastic, dude. 5 flask. Yeah, that was old gameplay, of course.
And they just didn't get it finished in time. So if it was already like almost in a finished state, that means it really isn't that much more development time until it is done. And they also do need to get 6 more classes out within a year. I think Huntress and Druid coming, or maybe just Huntress and Druid later, does make sense here. So yeah, I really do expect Huntress to come out, and it's definitely a class I'm looking forward to a lot as well.
He seems pretty optimistic, this Fabgun guy.
New league mechanics. So like I said, if you're new to PoE 2, PoE 1 has a ton of league mechanics. In fact, all of the mechanics we currently have in PoE 2 is from PoE 1. Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, Breach, Strongboxes, Essence, right? All that's on PoE 1. So I do expect more PoE 1 league mechanics to come over to PoE 2. It's quite easy for them to do. It's easy for them for the design because it's already in PoE 1. So I definitely do expect some new league mechanics, maybe like 1 or 2. And potentially Act 4. Of course, there's still 3 more acts. They want to get all 3 acts by the end of the year. So, you know, potentially Act 4 could come as well. Now, here's what I'm hoping for that's also in the patch. More stash tabs. We also need the fragment and map stash tab. You're not having these stash tabs.
Dude, this is like nothing, man. What? Like, my maps, they are such a mess, dude. I'm telling you. My maps are completely ridiculous. How you doing, Rob? Hey, I'm doing great, thanks, man. The only problem is today my internet is a bit spiky, because there's lots of people using it, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Yeah, I have like multiple crazy map tabs, man. I have like one that's only T14 and T15, and then there's like another whole tab where I just threw away, like, where I just threw in like all the maps I had, pretty much. Okay, man, the loading screen is hell. What the hell? Maybe I have too much stuff open. Yeah, bro, that stuff is loading forever. Yeah, it had some latency issue. I hope it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, look at this, man. And then I have a whole dedicated one just for T15 maps, dude. And I mean, there's like way more maps here everywhere. Yeah. But how would they even organize the maps in a proper tab? T13s? Yeah, I mean, I have some, but not too crazy amounts. It's like good, you can like filter for 13, it's gonna show you mostly 13s. Unless there's something like this in there, right? My tabs are clean, yeah, mine are definitely not, dude. Like, there's still a bunch of items here. But yeah. Sort by tier and rarity. Yeah, that still sounds like quite complicated, but maybe they can do it properly. I mean, that'd be lit. guess keep watching.
Tabs absolutely makes no sense right now. I'm not really sure why they're not in the game. Please give us the Waystone map stash tab GG. We really appreciate it. Delirium fix. Right now, Delirium is probably one of the most annoying lead mechanics to farm, although it is.
Dude, Delirium, I just cannot see anything. Like, the game looks completely different. Elon tricked me? How did he trick me? No, Elon actually, I can only speak for the Diablo stuff, right? In Diablo, he really knew a lot of mechanics that you only know when you actually play the game. Like, he played Diablo 4 a lot. Now, like, you can watch some of his videos and live streams from Diablo 4. It's definitely quite different than PoE in terms of knowledge. That being said, I mean, it's also like a bit more simple game, right? Throughout every map that don't have quality and quantity on it. Yeah. Okay.
It's very profitable.
He could have just had someone tell him what to say, though. Yeah, okay, maybe, but I don't think so. It's just like I'd always like, what would be the reason? But then again, you could do the same argument for the PoE 2 stuff, right? Yeah, he's done a ton on D4, guys. He did a ton of live streams. No, he really knew his stuff in Diablo 4. And I'm not just saying that, he really did. Yeah, I know, I can't fix it. Like, we have bad internet day. I can't fix it because there's like, it's probably gonna be until like 10. Bad internet. Yeah, I don't know about new league, dude. Elon's maps. I have like 330 hours played, yeah. It's not that crazy. I had a long break around Christmas. So I was almost gone for like, I think it was almost 5 days. So like I have 0 hours in 5 days pretty much. Okay, let's keep listening.
Permanently push you for some reason, and also immune for 2 seconds on spawn. I really hope they fix Delirium. Currently, mechanics.
I think for me, Delirium again just needs a visual fix. Like, if I have a Delirium map, man, I just can't see shit. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, Delirium is super rewarding, super cool, but man, the visual. I like the music, but the visuals, like the mist, the cloud, like cloudiness of it, it really like pisses you off after playing for hours and hours and like not being able to see any colors anymore, basically. What time is the GGG interview? It's in 6 hours. 6.5 hours. Yeah, it's still quite some time until then. Agree, I like Delirium, but you can't see shit, especially layered with spell effects. Yeah. Delirium needs transparency. I mean, or we could just have an option like disable or enable the Delirium fog. I think the fog, it just needs to be like a customization option for Delirium. And didn't they already say some stuff about strong boxes? I don't know for sure, but didn't they say, or was there like a patch notes where they said that they're gonna be changing some stuff with the strong boxes already? Yeah, I might have missed that, but I think they did something with the strong boxes.
So Essence and Strongbox, we do know Strongbox is being buffed in a future patch,
oh, yeah.
But I also do hope Essence is expanded on. Essence doesn't feel all that great. It is good, but it doesn't really feel that great.
Yeah, strong boxes, they're like, I mean, I compare them to like a cursed shrine in Diablo 4. But they just spawn way too slow, dude, and they're not rewarding enough. In-game auction hours, yeah, but we have the currency exchange, right? That's pretty good.
Very competitive PvE1, so I do hope Essence is buffed. And of course, the underused league mechanics as well, like stuff like Expedition, which feels like no one really does. Crafting buffs, obviously crafting PvE2 is definitely one of the down points of the game right now. It really feels like you don't really craft at all, you just kind of throw into it.
There's also too much RNG, I feel, in crafting, right? Delirium is there for several years, never was an issue. I hope Fog stays, it gives so much vibe, but performance issue is there as well. Yeah, but like, didn't people... I mean, I don't know this for sure, but like I heard people were complaining, or at least having some issues or concerns with Delirium already in the PoE 1 days, right? I think, to me personally, I mean, the performance is one thing, but it's just too much visual clutter for me. I just can't really see like what's going on after a few hours. And then like, you know, suddenly or like in between you're running like a tower map without Delirium and it's like, wow, I can see colors again, you know? And stuff like that. Hey John Boy, thank you for 14 months, my friend. Welcome in. Much appreciated, dude. It's gambling mechanics. Yeah, there's definitely a bit too much RNG, I feel too. Why'd you dye your hair? I did not. It's always like this. I just have different lighting because I have snow outside and I have the windows open. There's like a lot of reflection from the snow. My hair was always like brown, reddish color. PoE 1 Delhi was performance issue for different reason. The fog was nowhere near as significant. Yeah, then just make the fog a bit more transparent. Wait, I think I can make it ultra... Wait. Can I? Does it not work? How about now? Yeah, this is just some lightning settings. How is it now? Yeah, well, whatever. It's because there's sun shining in this room right now. People thinking I dye my hair. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I would like an option to toggle Delirium on and off. Yeah, guys, like, what the fuck, man? Like, people can have whatever hair they want to have, man. The fuck, dude? This is so ridiculous. Pumuckle, yeah, thanks. Armor and life buff. I would love to see that, yes. I mean, we don't know if we're gonna get it, right? But could be. Oh yeah, I gotta get a haircut for the D3 season. Yes, D4 season. As someone with over 5k hours in PoE 1 and over 400 in PoE 2, the game is great. Many issues though, but I have faith in GGG that they will address and fix most of them. Yes, this is early access. They historically respond well. Yeah, I mean, I was like super surprised to see the live stream so early as well, and we'll see like really what they're gonna change or looking to change today. There have 100% been times they did shit we hated, but looking back, can admit it was for the best of the game. Yeah. I think they have received a lot of backlash on some of their decisions, but they stick to most of them, and they were right to do so. At least from what I heard. Like, I can't judge this because I haven't played PoE 1, but it's just what I'm hearing from the community. In-game auction house to prevent the issue, people posting items not responding to the whispers. I think they addressed this a little bit, and they said they did not want to make it... How do they phrase it? I think they did say something. They didn't want to make it too convenient for traders to trade, because then it would become too efficient to the point where the best way to play the game is not to go out and kill monsters and play the game, but the best way would be to just trade, right? So if it becomes too efficient to trade, like if it's fully like automated, like you were saying, with an like basically almost fully automated with an auction house, it would become too efficient. At least this is how I understood what they meant. Let me see. Someone wants to buy my ring. Read a one. No. Fuck. Maybe he doesn't want to trade. Maybe not. No trade for 2 divines. I'd rather keep it. Can we also see notes of nerfing skills in D4 that kill the hardest boss in seconds also, please? Yeah, I mean, that issue has been raised a lot, that a lot of builds one-shot the boss, and they are doing addresses of Spirit Ball and other skills. But I think in D4 there'll always be skills that one-shot the boss. I'm also not sure if they will really nerf every skill in PoE 2 that can kill the boss in a few seconds. There's just so many of them. I think they would have to bring the entire power level down, or increase the HP of the bosses like tenfold. But then you might be really struggling on the weak builds. So I think you just need to address the OP skills. But there's many of them. Yeah, there's also a new loot filter out. You think Jamling will be nerfed? I think, yeah, the stat stacking will be addressed in some way. I don't know right now, but long term. To me, the stat stacking seems very strong, and I think many people have said this as well. That stat stacking is, yeah, very, very much on the strong side of things, right? But yeah, we'll see. New loot filter is dope. Yeah, there is a new loot filter, guys. From Neverthink. I already added this here. It's the first link. Exclamation mark filter. Console has a way better trade house in PoE 1. Yeah, I think the trading is okay. What's really the problem on console is that you don't have loot filters. Like loot filter on console, I don't even think he has this on this list here. Yeah, loot filter on console, dude. That'd be lit. The thing about some OP builds is that the amount of investment required is so much that it brings up the question, is it okay for it to be so strong as so much investment? Yeah, but like, there doesn't need to be that high of a ceiling, right? I don't know if it's considered healthy for the game to be able to kill the hardest boss in 1 second. This is exactly what people have been complaining about in Diablo 4, that the hardest boss, like Lilith or Duriel, just dies in 1 hit. And it seems to be the same in PoE 2 right now. And I mean, in Diablo 4, you also need good gear for this to happen. And so you do in PoE. So I don't think that argument is valid, that yeah, you invest a lot of currency, you should be able to one-shot the boss. I don't think that's a good argument. Neverthink already said that DTG will eventually give the API to allow it on console. Yeah, hopefully they'll address this today. I mean, maybe they will. Or like do it like in Last Epoch. Yeah, like having direct customization of the filter in a way in game. I mean, that'd be sick. I'm not sure if that would happen though. Like I got the, I think it's this one though. Neverthink new. You just released a new one, yeah. Why doesn't he play the game? Oh, we'll finish the Ranger in a bit. We just wanted to talk about some of the predictions for the big patch today. Because they haven't done a live stream in like a month, right? Too much utilization of the trade side. Yeah, the good thing is you can always go solo self-found if you don't like trading. Totally. Isn't it bad we still only have one chance to beat the boss? Feels really bad if you die on the Arbiter after farming citadels for days. Yeah. I don't know, I think community will be pretty split on this. Like one attempt in a map Or should they do it more like PoE 1 style, where you have basically the amount of portals is the amount of attempts? I think the community is going to be pretty split on this. It's definitely more beginner friendly to have multiple tries. But I don't know, on the Uber boss, should you really have multiple tries? I can't see the patch being today. Maybe next 2 days for sure. Yeah, I don't really know how GG usually does this. I would also expect the patch to be like tomorrow or something, not today. But I don't know, man. They could surprise us, right? They have surprised us a lot before. Like, maybe the patch is going to be live the second they talk. Like, who knows? Even the spreadsheet community thinks it's way too much work for just one chance at a map. Okay. The patch won't be until Tuesday or Thursday? Yeah, maybe. We just don't know. Loot filter for console for the win. Yeah. That'd be big. 6 tries for easier leveling of boss up to 1 portal on max level. I mean, it definitely feels bad that it's so hard to find the citadels in the Atlas. I don't know that map on this ring, on this character, but it feels so hard to find the citadels, and then when you get all the citadels, you have one chance at Arbiter, you don't know his mechanics, he just one-shots you, and then you have to do it all over again. I mean, that definitely is a feels bad moment where people might quit. Or they might not even get there in the first place because those citadels are so dang rare. Yeah, maybe they could do something like on the first Uber boss, I don't know, you have multiple chances or something. Make it a bit more beginner friendly. But then there's gonna be like the more elitist take that like, no, you know. Not all people have these Uber builds, and some of us actually have builds that are based on mechanics and not just pure DPS. Multiple attempts on maps would be a great addition. Yeah, maybe they could do this at least on the early, like, lower maps and stuff, right? The live stream is in 6 hours. There's a timer up here. Sorry. I think I got the right time. Is it in 6 hours, guys, or it's just me? I think it's in 6. Yeah, I think I got it right. Frame drops. Ooh, what do you think about Astramesis? Yeah, the attribute amulet. I mean, if they announce today, so this is like a, I can't tell you, man. This is like an economic decision you have to do for yourself. Like, if they are nerfing stat stacking today, like all these like attribute amulet, Hawa, Hand of Wisdom, like all these items will drop in price significantly if they announce nerfs to the attribute stacking today. However, this is like stonks. You just don't know. Like, okay, maybe you should sell it. I mean, you gotta get a good price right now, then sell it. The price will definitely drop a lot if they announce nerfs. But this is for you to decide, man. I mean, I don't know. Stonks only go up. I just want a compass to point to the citadel. Wait, do you not follow the corpses? Yo, there's been so many conspiracy theories. Do you not follow the corpses, man? You should get there. Just follow the corpses. Sell the Astra Mantis. If they nerf it, you win. If they don't nerf it, buy it back. Might be a valid strategy. I wouldn't be buying anything pricey today. Yeah, rather sell. Don't follow the rats. Yeah, how to pronounce this? Astra Mantis? Is that not the way to pronounce it? I don't know. I just call it the attribute amulet. Astra Mantis. Astra Mantis. Yeah, they gotta nerf the warrior, dude. Yo, armor and life is way too strong. Listen to you? I don't know what you said. Elker. Need buffs for boss spawning, currency invitations, delirium fragments. Whoa, I would definitely like to see like breach, splinters, delirium, simulacrums, like all this stuff being auto pickup. Astra Mentis tomorrow will be worth 2x. Yeah, okay. That's a bold price prediction. I mean, it's gonna be the same with Hand of Wisdom, right? If they I think they're gonna nerf that too. Same for Temporalysis. What do you mean by follow the bodies to find the citadels? Dude, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. Have you not heard about the bodies to follow? Bro. Wait, wasn't there like talkative try? Who made a video about this? Ah, it was someone. Yeah, just in the intro.
Peak player numbers still smashing all Path of Exile 1 records by a long shot. Over a month past release. A single Ascendancy class dominating the...
Dude, everybody's playing freaking Stormweaver. Look at this, man. 50% on Stormweaver. What the fuck?
top 1,000 spots on the standard league ladder. Chase item dupes, rollback corruptions,
Chase item dupes, rollbacks,
and other terrible bugs causing the economy to explode, conspiracy theories about how to locate citadels in the Atlas.
Here are the conspiracy theories. Don't you see this? You have to just follow the corpses, dude. Do you see? This is a big copium, though. Yep. Just follow the corpses. Happy SSF noises, yeah. Yeah, this guy's great. Guys, it's a conspiracy theory. We don't know if it's fucking true, huh? Maybe they'll talk about this later. It all makes sense now. You just follow the dead corpses. That's it. We should make a bingo, yeah, maybe. Let's watch the rest of the Fabgun video.
Definitely one of the down points of the game right now. It really feels like
Crafting too much RNG, definitely agree.
you don't really craft at all. You just kind of throw into exalts and hope it's good. Hope there is some more crafting buffs in the near patch. Tower reworked and more endgame. Most of the tower reworked, you know, like I said, if you've been playing endgame for a while, you know towers feel like a chore. I really do hope they are fixed or reworked in the near future.
There's just no point, I think, in playing the tower map. It should just, like, you unlock the tower, you can put in a tablet, that's it. No, I don't think there's any value add that you have to run the tower. It just feels like a waste of time. And then you're, like, getting pissed because you're getting stuck or you can't find the exit to the tower. I think it's just not a fun game loop, having to run the towers. Like, just, like, as soon as you, like, clear a map close to the tower, unlock the tower and be able to put a tablet in there.
And more ascendancy. So this one I do feel like is likely to happen. Each class is supposed to have 3 ascendancies. You know, for example, a ranger has Deadeye and Pathfinder.
That's a good point.
And it really doesn't take that much more effort to create an ascendancy compared to a class. So I could definitely see them adding more ascendancies with each patch because it is a lot less work than that of a class. So yeah, I can definitely see more ascendancies coming within the patch. So yeah, that's about it. Now let me know what you think is going to patch. What do you think is going to happen in this live stream? Like I said,
That's true. Like, I mean, we're gonna have like quite a few new ascendancies, and it should be relatively comfortable to add in. I could agree with Fabgun for sure.
that historically livestream has brought a ton of new content in Path of Exile. So I'm really excited to see what this live stream is going to be. I'm of course going to be watching it live on my
Hell yeah, man. That could be exciting. Game performance issue, 6 modifiers. Dude, what are these thumbnails, man? Asmongold clips. Makes the freaking best thumbnails. Yeah, I think that's a great list. I think what he's missing is loot filter for console. Or maybe he typed it even somewhere. I don't think so though. A loot filter for console would be sick. You can also let me know your thoughts. They should transfer old cosmetics. All of the above. Yo man, spin to win, yeah. What does an economy reset look like? I mean, would be a fresh league, right? Like a season in Diablo. Nah, there's more console players. I have some friends that play on console as well. Never think said that? Yeah, he released a super cool new filter. I don't even know exactly how you can create new filter. Yeah, he has like a bunch of different options available here. And you can even customize your filters. Yeah, oh, the mirror, yeah, sure. Get the mirror. Todd, what's up? My wishlist is % movement speed plus charm slots as simplicity, less visual clutter, especially in multiplayers, possibility to revive party members and redo maps. Oh yeah, that definitely feels bad, but I think they gotta be very careful with how strong they do make the multiplayers, right? The multiplayer experience. Uber strict gold. Yeah. Long time no see. Hey, welcome in, man. Hope all is well. Yo, yo. Good to see ya. I mean, we'll see what's gonna happen with all this. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, let's watch the video from Troy. I want to learn more about the conspiracy theories. This is like PoE 1 month in.
Peak player numbers still smashing all Path of Exile 1.
Dude, still 200,000 concurrent. This is only on Steam. That's wild. Did you guys expect the player retention to be that crazy? Like, you know, because it normally, like, whenever a new game releases, it's like 90% decline within like a few weeks of release. But here in PoE, it only seems to be around a 50% decline. That's still crazy. Or maybe at worst, like a 60-70% decline. Multiplayer is easy, just have a witch with a good allies in your presence scepter. It's a great game, can't complain. Hell yeah. Let us at least do the Citadel again if we die. I found my first Citadel after 200 hours and you died in the Citadel run. Yeah, but even after that it's not over, right? Like you die in the Citadel, okay, you can't attempt it again, and then you, even if you get another 3 Citadels that are not the same, and then you face the boss, you can still die at the boss and get absolutely nothing. $288k peak right now, yeah, that's crazy. That's still like 50% of the people. Definitely kind of unexpected. Honestly, I think less players will play after the inevitable Giga nerfs coming next week. I mean, we'll see today. In a few hours, we'll learn what that's going to be about. D4 season start, for example, 200k, 1 or 2 weeks later, maybe 10k. Yes. I mean, this is with most games. I think it's not Diablo that is the exception, it's PoE that is the exception, where you don't lose 90% player base in like a few weeks. Because the game, even though being early access, already has quite some longevity to it, right? At least the way it's looking. That's still pretty wild. Decline comes from the hack and it's EA. Why spend so much time in it? Yeah, but people just like the game. It's not like nobody is thinking about this, or not many people are thinking about this like as an investment, man. People just wanna play a game and have fun with it. They don't care if it's early access or season 1 or season 2. I don't see how that argument makes any sense. Like, why would you... Like, if you enjoy the game, why would you not play it just because it's early access? It just doesn't make sense, man. People just want to have fun. People just want to enjoy, man. They don't care if it's beta or an alpha or omega or early access, whatever they call it. They just enjoy the game. You know, that's it. It also takes a lot longer to beat PoE 2 versus D4, yes. You can beat D4 in like... I mean, if you know what you're doing, it's like 20 hours, you've done all the endgame. I think in PoE, there's people speedrunning it pretty fast as well, but I mean, killing the Arbiter like last year is definitely going to take longer than 20 hours. Difference with PoE is there are so many builds to play with. Nah, Diablo also has a lot of builds. Diablo also has a lot of builds. Citadel bosses or Pinnacle bosses, Breach etc. should give more tries, man. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all, but that's up for GGG to decide, right? Like, I think like for beginning players, like having at least the lower tiers, the harder tier can be one try, right? But like the entry level tiers, maybe they could allow like multiple portals. Like, it feels really bad. Like you farm forever, you farm for days and days to get to get 3 citadels. Or even like die at the Citadel, or you manage to clear the Citadels, and then you get to Arbiter of Ash, he just kills you, and then it's over. You have to start all over again, pretty much. Farming those Citadels. Yeah, okay, some people have 300 hours, only found 1 Citadel. Wow. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it also depends on like the efficiency level, like how much you're standing of those 300 hours, like how much you're standing in town, how much you're doing this, how much you're doing that, right? But okay, let's keep watching this video here from Troy.
Peak player numbers still smashing all Path of Exile 1 records by a long shot, over a month past release. A single Ascendancy class dominating the top 1,000 spots.
Bro! Yo guys! Archmage nerfs? And maybe Spark nerfs? What is this? Wait, is this for real? Like half the player base is Stormweaver? What? Like, man, half the player base just a Stormweaver. This guy wants to like not sell it for these divines. Three divines. No. It's top 1,000. Okay, yeah, I misunderstood then what he said. The 50% is wild. That's the blocks. No, it's with a CK. Dude's loading. Loading in the loading screen. Oh, that's still insane though. You have no idea how complex PoE 2 will get after 4 leaks or so, yeah. No, but I need the alert to be loud, else I don't hear it myself, man. Sorry. It's not that loud. That's not gonna hurt your ears. Just lower the general sound a little bit. But 50%, dude, for each player that can solo kill Uber, Duriel, and Dario in D4, there are thousands that can't. Same with Uber Lilith. Just a few players can solo kill her. Everybody else in D4 groups and gets carried all the time. Says the game is easy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't have these numbers. I can't confirm these numbers, but yeah. Yeah, it's still a few hours until the patch, guys. Yes. What do you mean you keep missing half your drops? Yo, 50% Stormweaver. Okay, Invoker, I had a really good time. Warbringer and Chayula are like the least played. Yeah, no wonder no one is playing Warrior, man. Look at the fucking Titan and Warbringer. At least Acolyte of Chayula like has the second most popular ascendancy with a monk, the Invoker. Even Chronomancer is relatively popular. Dude, how is everybody playing Stormweaver?
It's on the standard league ladder. Chase item dupes, rollback corruptions, and other terrible bugs causing the economy to explode. Conspiracy theories about how to locate citadels in the Atlas running
10 foil head. Conspiracy theories, man. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, thanks for trying.
rampant through the usually level-headed community. Increased love for the campaign, more silly fake item and fake skill flexing than I've ever seen in my life, a greater desire for a patch than ever before, a huge double game director interview coming up, and oh so much more.
Great.
The current state of Path of Exile 2 Early Access, in a word, is wild. It's a whirlwind of love and fear and emotion that many people have experienced over this past month and a week, and we need to talk about everything that has come out today. Salamoana, my fellow exiles, talking
today, boys, and today are the updates as well.
Here back with another Path of Exile 2 video. We're just over 1 month into Path of Exile 2's early access, but yes, it feels like we've undergone numerous evolutions already, despite grinding your games being on holiday break for most of the last few weeks, as New Zealand shuts down during the end of year holiday celebrations. We have a ton to talk about, but super quick. If you enjoyed this type of content, lightly caress the like button and give the subscribe one a boop. There's a bunch more Path of Exile 2 videos like interviews and lore dives on the way. And just a quick ad right here, everyone. We hit 50,000 subscribers in the past few days, which is just
50,000 guys on his YouTube right here. Man, that's big. 51 already. Giga Gamer.
surreal. The goal for 2025 is 100,000. Let's make it happen. Or try to make it happen. Let's begin, shall we? Over a month into Path of Exile 2's early access release, the game still beats out the Path of Exile 1 11-year peak in every 24-hour period on Steam, which is wildly impressive. Here is what the actual graph looks like on Steam charts right here for Path of Exile 2.
Yeah,
you can see the all-time peak still at 578,000.
I mean, if he continues to do like this, you're gonna get 100k by the time the game launches, half a year or so. For sure.
162, playing an hour ago, 200.
Yeah, look at this consistency. I mean, okay, it went a bit down, but dang, that's still crazy.
84,232, and it is currently January 11th, which is 1 month and 1 week into Path of Exile.
You guys are so positive, man. That's
2's
great.
early access launch. I have this other tab right here, Path of Exile Steam charts. Can you guess what the peak all time for Path of Exile 1 is on Steam? It is 228,398. That
Beating every single day, dude.
means right here, if we look, Path of Exile 2 is still beating out the Path of Exile.
Now these spikes are the prime time. Like you know, in the evening or in the late night and morning hours, no one is playing, and then in the evening around prime time, a lot of people. I think the prime time is about like 4 or 5 hours from now. It will be prime time. Because that's when America is like noon and Europe is still like evening. That's like around primetime peak, like I think 6 to like 9 p.m. Europe time. Or maybe like 6 to like 10 p.m. Europe time is peak.
That one all-time peak, 1 month and 1 week into early access. This is with no challenges or battle pass to keep people coming back for more. This is with no extra real balance changes coming in, no extra new content. It's half the campaign, it's a skeleton of an endgame that is very enjoyable, and a bunch of other disparate, awesome systems currently in the game. It is an early access release, truly, and we'll look into that a little bit more. But despite that, people are coming back week after week, playing the game. We can see that we hit our lowest peak day
You can see kind of the time here, right? Like 5 p.m.-ish.
this week, which was at 246,821. That is still about 20,000 higher than the Path of Exile 1 peak. It's ridiculous, and there's a lot of different things that we could talk about here causing Path of Exile 2 to have such staying power. I think it's not the end game, even though many people do find that enjoyable and better than a lot of other...
I 100% agree. I don't think it's the end game at all. It's the story and also making new characters to build variety. And it's gonna get even better, right? Because we still get the Huntress, we still get the Druid, and we still get like a ton more classes and ascendancies. And 3 new acts. I think as a player, especially Act 1 is freaking fantastic. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, they're all very, very good. Act 1 is by far the best though. And I think all of the acts are better than the end game right now. That does not mean the end game is bad. It's just that the leveling, the act experience is insanely good.
ARPG titles out there. Not better than Path of Exile 1 though, in my opinion. I think it's mostly new players or players who really enjoy the campaign experience and they're crafting new characters or they're still progressing through the campaign on their first attempt, coming back after a long work day and just pushing themselves from Act 1 to Act 2 to Act 3 into Cruel, and it's taking them this long to get through it. It took me quite a long time to beat the campaign for my first time in Path of Exile 2.
Same here.
And I'm an ARPG veteran. I think a lot of brand new players to ARPGs are still pushing their way through the campaign, trying to reach that endgame, and that is leading to the high retention numbers. Any other thoughts below? Please let me know. Do you think that we are going to beat the peak once we get
I remember the first time fighting this Act 2 boss, dude. Like, it was fucking tough, man. The Act 1 boss, I think, was fine. Like, the Act 2 boss for me was way harder.
first big content update, and I'm not talking about the upcoming patch, which we'll discuss momentarily. I'm talking about when the Druid and Huntress are added to the game. Do you think we're going to pass that 578,000 number on Steam? Probably 1 million overall if we're talking Steam, standalone, and all the consoles. I think it's possible, but I do know.
Dude, man, Warrior just looks so slow. Like, him just slamming the boss, man. It gives me some flashbacks. How the fuck is it so slow, guys? Look at him.
Steam, standalone, and all the consoles. I think it's possible, but I do know once the game is free to play, remember, it's a barrier to entry of $30 at least for most people. Once it's free to play, we are breaking 1 million concurrents on Steam, which is just incredible. Huge congratulations to Grinding Gear Games. Now, quite shockingly, and yes, this is partially a pun, a single Ascendancy class absolutely dominates the leaderboard of the top 1,000 characters in Standard.
Do you guys still think there's not gonna be any nerfs, guys? Mom, Archmage, Spark? It's 453 out of 1,000 players are playing this. The fuck? They can't keep getting away with this. I played Warbringer to 90. I'll never play it again unless there's a major overhaul to the class. Yeah, I mean, I would never say never, but my Warrior experience, I made a post about it. Like, I did not enjoy the Warrior as much as, I mean, like, I enjoyed the game, right? Like, it was fine, but then switching from the Warrior to the Monk, like, to the Invoker, that was like a complete game changer. Like, here I posted about this as well. I only made it to 86. My level 86 Titan is going into early retirement today. Warrior's attack animation just feel extremely slow and sometimes clunky. I knew this going into it, but I thought it would get faster during the end game. It did not. Comparing this to some Ranger Deadeye gameplay out there, it just feels sad. How's your experience with melee builds so far in PoE 2? I really like to play melee, so starting a Monk today, looking to be much faster paced gameplay. And then we did play Monk, and it was like twice as good at least. At least from my feeling. The only part you like is the campaign. I think the endgame has a lot of things going for it too, but I agree that the campaign is better than the endgame at the moment. Well, it's like hard to say better or worse, but it just felt more fun to me. Level 4 early retirement. None of my 4 characters are over level 75. Okay. My favorite class so far, well, it's basically gonna be the monk. But I only, okay, maybe it's the monk. The ranger is equally as powerful. I'm gonna finish playing the ranger today. We still have quite a few hours until the live stream. But it's definitely not the warrior. The warrior was like my least favorite experience so far. Even though I still enjoyed it. I just didn't have a comparison. And then when I went to the monk, I had a comparison, and monk was just so much better. Hashtag cannabis is trending. Well, they legalized cannabis in Germany. That might be why it's trending. But yeah, here's the post.
Ascendancy class absolute. Quite shockingly, and yes, this is partially a pun, a single Ascendancy class absolutely dominates the leaderboard
50%.
of the top 1,000 characters in Standard League, and while it's likely not this exact pie chart across the entire game, I'd reckon a sizable chunk of players in Endgame are indeed playing Stormweavers. And we're talking about soft.
You are a Stormweaver. You are a Stormweaver. I'm a Stormweaver. We're all Stormweavers, man. It's not even close. Like, 50% of people are playing Stormweaver, and then there's like 12-13% on the next popular class. My status says economic reset. What do you mean by that? Well, I mean that basically there's gonna be a new league. Like, you can still keep playing your current character, but there's a new mode with an economic reset where I think I explained it. Didn't I not make a post? Maybe I didn't reply. But yeah, it's basically like a reset of the economy. Like you can keep playing your current character, but you also have the option to play like a new league. It's like no one's gonna take away your stuff. And again, this is just like a possibility. Like, we don't know if this is gonna happen. We'll learn it in a few hours. Oh, you have a 98 Stormweaver. That's crazy. Stormweaver is the only class that really scales well and really smooth currently. It's not OP though. Not even the Quiver Stacker? I mean, I don't know. Like, I saw it kill bosses like extremely fast. No, it's not. Read the tweet again. Okay, what tweet are you talking about, Reeps? Hey, Lemonman, thank you so much for the 13 months. I don't know why the commands are not working. I had to, like, reactivate the cloud bot or something. Let's see if I can reset this. Quiver stacking is crazy, yeah. I think Stormweaver has too much DPS though. I seen it one shot. Who was making this? I think one mana left. I think he is completely one-shotting the boss. Yeah, Connor. That's the guy that made the Hammer of the God stuff as well. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, this is one thing. But the shock is a row with and without it, and it didn't seem to work. So it's not the most scientific way, but I think that means it doesn't work, so I dropped Conk Effect. I have the Flame Wall, just
Look at this.
shock. The flat, he's coming out here.
Look. This is Stormweaver.
Like I
You're
said,
saying
the
it's not
flask
OP?
is really OP here because of the bossing, but watch, let's see some damage.
Oh, it's a gemling? Oh, yeah, it's gemling.
There's damage. So
But I mean, even if he would not be a gemling, it's just this like spark thing. Like that. Okay, damage is just insane. Yeah, you're right. He's gemling. Is this guy not coming? Okay, that's fine.
There's damage.
Yeah, there's damage.
Cast on.
Yeah, a little bit of damage. I mean, bro. That's just crazy, man. It's not OP. I made it to 1 Mississippi before he died. I think he can one-shot him, though. He said that in the video. You think it's okay to one-shot the bosses if you have good gear? Yeah, I mean, I could see that point. It's just up to GGG to decide. I think right now a lot of builds have way too much damage compared to the boss HP. Yeah, people have like split opinions on this. I think right now we have too many builds that have too crazy damage.
Softcore here, not hardcore. This particular set of data is happening for one massive reason and a bunch of other tiny reasons. We've addressed the big reason before, but shall mention it again once here. It's Magic Find. Archmage Spark Stormweaver at the high end is basically the best scaling class wherein you can stack the right number of increased item rarity on your gear while being able to dominate all content. Then there's the fact that Spark as a skill is rather powerful innately. There's no need to aim, it's great at clearing, and in many boss arenas, its bouncing capabilities just annihilate bosses and hit them quite quickly with a juiced up mana stacking Archmage character. And of course,
and this is just early game, it's gonna like cover the entire screen. Imao, imagine Rob saying too much damage. Well, I mean, I like doing billions of damage, right? But the majority of people seems to not like that. There's always so many people that say, oh, the numbers are way too high. Like, what are we doing now? 100 million DPS, like 100 million damage every second in PoE on the top builds? Yeah, but the thing is, if they just buff the boss HP rather than nerf the damage of the OP setups, the weak builds are not gonna have a chance to ever kill an Uber boss. Like, having like 100 million DPS is just too much. Because if they just buff the boss HP, man, like a lot of builds will struggle against the bosses. Barbarians, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I like doing barbarians. Great time. Do you remember this? This is how it looks. How much damage do you want to do? Whirlwind Barb here, hitting for 13 and a couple thousand zeros. On Billy Billy, going crazy, unlocking the secrets here. And I think he's also speedrunning through pit 100. I think he's also... You want to do this damage? And I think he's also speedrunning through pit 100 and... man, why is he spinning so fast? Yeah. How much damage do you want? Yes. So we're not talking about 100 million. We're not talking about 100 billion. We're not talking about 100 trillion. This is to go even further beyond. Yeah, this is Barbarian, man. The Whirlwind Barbarian won the PTR, dude. Yeah, we're not there. We're not there.
Quite quickly with a juiced up mana stacking Archmage character. And of course, the Sorceress class has ample position on the passive skill tree to invest in the best defensive layer in the game currently.
Okay, I'm not sure where he got that chart from. Here's the video though. You're not sure where the chart's from though. It's probably somebody like made an Excel sheet. Like, it's all public information. You can look at the leaderboards for Path of Exile on the official Path of Exile website, and then somebody just made an Excel sheet out of that.
Energy Shield. Truly, the Stormweaver Ascendancy just allows everything to come together with ease in Path of Exile 2. Other honorable powerful mentions right now before the first massive patch of Path of Exile 2 hits are the Invoker, whose Ice Strike and Flicker Strike builds, among some Tempest Flurry builds, are just super cool right now. Then there's the Gemling Legionnaire stat stackers, which are ridiculously expensive, but are among the most busted characters in Path of Exile 2. And finally, we have, well, anything that can fit a Temporalis in it, which completely changes the way you navigate through the entire Path of Exile 2 game.
This is basically just Enigma. Yes? Diablo 2 Enigma.
And speaking of this incredibly special item, we now need to address the unfortunate and honestly terrible, yet hilarious, scandal that surged across Path of Exile 2 the past few weeks or so. It's terrible because it affected a bunch of people who were enjoying the game and doing their best to enjoy the economy and progress. It's hilarious because some people are participating in real money trading practices and trying to make a profit off busting an early access game. It's unfortunate due to how the situation is being viewed. And no, we're not talking about the billionaire in the room yet. Soon, Exiles. Soon. What we're discussing here are multiple bugs that blew up the economy in a few ways.
Wait, there was multiple?
A couple examples. First up, the Temporalis duping fiasco.
This was the biggest one.
Temporalis is a unique body armor in Path of Exile 2, arguably one of the strongest chase items in the game.
This is kind of ironic they made this an armor, right? Because this is basically the Enigma of PoE.
Game only rewarded to those able to beat the trial of the Sekimas with the no-hit relic enabled. I'm never going to see it. Meaning, players must overcome the entire trial without being hit a single time, all 4 floors of it. This relic is incredibly rare and expensive and difficult to beat, meaning Temporalis should also be ridiculously rare and hard to obtain. However, at least one duping method was discovered, which enabled cheaters to infinitely open instances of
it was discovered like 3 weeks in. So they already did this for 3, well, depending on when they figured it out, but probably they did this for weeks before it was fixed.
Final part of the trial of the Sekimas and get rewarded with as many Temporalises as they could obtain. This caused this powerful item to flood the market when it truly shouldn't have, which caused 2 things. 1. The cost lowered substantially from around 200 divines to 20 divine orbs, which then, 2, caused the rampant use of Temporalis in builds, pushing more and more supposed to be broken builds to more players than Grinding Gear Games ever thought would have Temporalises at this point in the game's life. Bad for the economy, bad for the game, bad for the players, and bad for Grinding Gear.
But it's good. But there's one thing positive about this. The good thing is it's coming out now during the early access version. So it's good that these dupes are being figured out now. So when the game, like for real releases, they're not in the game anymore. So I'm very happy that this, you know, like went public and got all this attention so they can fix it.
Games. Of course, this particular method was...
What did they do to handle it though? I mean, that was around the Christmas break and they still fixed it relatively quickly from when it became public.
Fixed, and all the cheaters should get the ban hammer from Grinding Gear Games, but the damage has already been done. Another exploit example was basic, but powerful. Players managed to figure out how to roll back the server after getting a particular Val Orb corruption on items they did not want, allowing them to re-roll said corruptions over and over.
So I thought this was just a rumor, so they could like roll back and then just multiple, like do the crafting and do the walling like multiple times until they got the outcome that they wanted? Wait.
But powerful. Players managed to figure out how to roll back the server after getting a particular Val Orb corruption on items they did not want, allowing them to re-roll said corruptions over and over until they got the desired result. This allowed players to get near perfect or purely perfect Val Orb rolls on some incredibly powerful items via infinite chances until this was fixed. Many other bugs existed and were squashed by Grinding Gear Games, and still others likely exist in the wild. On top of the basic damage done to the economy and integrity of...
This still works? Well, please submit a bug report to GGG, man, if you still like have a method of this working. Like, I don't know like how you cause the server to roll back, but definitely risking your account. And if you know how it works, like, yeah, report it. Definitely report it.
The game, it's likely that these bad actors also participated in real money trading or transactions, or RMT, for some of these services, which is a plague in a game like Path of Exile 2, and if many of us had our way, would never ever exist or be used.
The problem is, like, as long as there's trading of any kind, there's just too big of a risk of this happening, especially in like countries with like lower income, right? People just make a living from this. Like they just sell all the items for cash.
However, some people do use it and do so in such a convoluted way, it's difficult for grinding your games to track quickly. However, eventually many RMTers are found and banned, either temporarily or permanently, which is of course the right move here. To close out this section, this is of course an early access, basically beta version of Path of Exile 2. These wild exploits and bugs are of course going to happen, and they should be expected, and it sucks that many people are
And it's good that they come out right now and they don't come out later.
thinking this game should be super clean already. It's not. It's just not. Luckily, they're being fixed
It's a
now
beta,
before the full release
early
version of the
access.
game is out. It still sucks, definitely, and it harms the trade economy of honest players so much due to its immense scale. I'll also reiterate, it is shocking players participate so heavily in real money transaction play in an early access game. I'm kind of glad they are going this hard in early access, so hopefully by the time the real game hits in about a year, these type of dire exploits are all found and fixed, and nothing this bad can
I think there's gonna be a few more instances of these duping exploits in some capacity before the game hits early release.
ever impact the economy or game again. Surgog, one of the biggest sleuths and reporters on this type of content, claimed the Temporalis duping exploit was the most detrimental and high-impact bug in all of Path of Exile history. That's a powerful statement, and I trust he is correct in that assertion.
Who's this guy? What was his name?
This bad can ever impact the economy or game again. Surgog, one of the biggest sleuths and reporters on this type of content, claimed the Temporalis duping exploit was the most detrimental and
I mean, we have so many dupes in Diablo 4 as well. We had every season, guys, in Diablo 4. Every season, there was a duplication method. Without fail, so far. Every single season. I don't see the difference between these exploits come out now or after. Simple act that they exist reveals a huge incompetence from the team of GGG. I mean, I disagree because every game has bugs. Like, this game is so complex. Every game will have bugs, guys. It's also about how the developers handle these bugs, right? And even though, considering it was during the holiday season, I think they still fixed the duplication bug pretty fast, in my opinion. Obviously, having this is never a good thing. But figuring it out now, rather than later, is good. In my opinion. I don't really think I want to sell this bow now, since I'm making a ranger. Probably take it off here. It's such a good way to price check, you just drop everything and dump.
high impact bug in all of Path of Exile history. That's a powerful statement, and I trust he is correct in that assertion. Alright, 2 weeks since our last touch base, has the opinion on the endgame shifted? Well, simply put, players have gone insane with conspiracy theories attempting to cobble together a method to reliably fight the Atlas's pinnacle bosses. Primary one that made the rounds a bit ago was attempting to devise the location of citadels, wherein you fight uber-act bosses via the position of corpses in the lost towers on the Atlas. Players claim the position of the corpse told you where to go to find the next citadel. This, of
Guys, who believed it with the corpses, man? You just have to follow the dead bodies to get to the citadel. He's laughing about it, man. Dude, there were so many people that tested this.
the position of the corpse told you where to go to find.
How do you even who even started this? Maybe somebody that was just trolling started this and then the rumor was spreading.
The next citadel. This, of course, is absolute rubbish. Instead, the theory I've adopted is one I heard from Snoobe85. The Path of Exile 2 Atlas is just like Delve in Path of Exile 1, an endless dungeon wherein all you had to do to find lots of the big bosses was to get as far away from spawn as possible. That's the approach to take in PoE 2, and well, since following that advice, in
Yeah, I think they're going like one direction and going far.
about 10 hours of playtime, I've found 3 whole citadels.
But that's also
which is
lucky.
way more than I found in the previous 35 hours of play. Now, again, this is a theory, a PoE 2 theory, and nothing is confirmed here. But I'd advise if you've not been able to find these uber boss areas and would like a chance at the Arbiter of Ash Pinnacle endgame encounter, you strike out from spawn and go as far away as possible. It has worked for me, and I'm really hoping with my now more limited playtime, I'll still be able to find the right citadels and get at least a single attempt at the Arbiter of Ash. And yeah, a single attempt. That's all you get right now on every single endgame system in Path of Exile 2. You die, you're done. It's an interesting debate, one that...
Yeah. I definitely feel the early levels, like let's say the first level of Arbiter of Ashes and other bosses should be a bit more forgiven. Like as in, if you die, you still have a chance. Or like a second chance, or even a third chance, or I don't know however many portals there is. Yeah, I mean, if it takes you like 200, 300 hours to find 3 citadels, then you do the boss and then you die, and it's all in vain, all for nothing. Man, that feels bad.
that people have been firing off about on all sides. Should the one portal maps stay or go? Should the one portal bosses stay or go? I'm of the mindset, no matter what, there at least needs to be a different system for the pinnacle bosses. One and done attempts, especially on the Arbiter of Ash, on your first try, are horrible. There needs to be a story version of this fight.
I think it would be fine if, you know, the higher tiers have one attempt, but the earlier tiers, like maybe 1 or 2, tier 1 or 2, the first 2 difficulties should have multiple attempts. I don't really think that would, like, you know, make it too easy or anything.
Can repeat. Perhaps if you fail, the invitation to it drops after you complete your next T15 Waystone, and you cannot sell this version to other players, exactly the way it is in Path of Exile 1.
Wait, it already is like this in PoE 1? Wait, what did you say?
Complete your next T15 Waystone, and you cannot sell this version to other players, exactly the way it is in Path of Exile 1.
I mean, that's a good point. That's a really good point. If it's already like that in PoE 1.
Grinding your games, why? Aside from the one portal debate and citadels, other topics of importance in the endgame are the meaning of the Lost Towers, the speed of endgame, and its overall depth. To the latter, I say, more depth shall come with time. Remember, they spent around 6 months developing endgame, from almost nothing before release, as opposed to 5+ years working on the campaign. To the others, I'm quite certain changes to the Lost Towers are
Dude, Act 1 is so well made. I think it was like one of the best experiences I ever had playing an ARPG. Like playing Act 1 of PoE 2. You get one single quest version boss fight in PoE 1. Yeah, like a map stash would be so sick. Act 1 is pure perfection. Yeah, the atmosphere, I mean, the music. I think the music in Act 1, dude. I mean, it's the entire atmosphere, right? But the music is like 11 out of 10 for me. The music is crazy. In Act 3, I also like the jungle parts of Act 3. What I don't like is this construct, like the soul core area, like this kind of stuff. I'm not really a big fan of. But the jungle and stuff is really nice. In my opinion.
coming, perhaps giving them bosses, special encounters, or something else to make them more exciting, or at least better if you invest more into them. We'll talk about that in a moment. Then for the speed of Endgame, well, it's obvious the game isn't as fast as Path of Exile 1 at Endgame, but it is quite the system shock when moving.
I mean, I think certain builds, like Temporalysis is in particular, like are as strong. seem as fast as in PoE 1. Like, maybe not on average, but there's definitely builds that are similar or even the same speed as PoE 1, right? Like, looking at the Gemling spin to win stacker, looking at the, well, anything with temporalysis, pretty much, is crazy fast. Music, animation, artwork, really world class. I actually love the entire campaign. It's just 90% too short. Well, they're gonna double it in size, right? Like, we're gonna have Act 4, 5, and 6 coming out at some point. Maybe they'll even talk about the Act 4 coming today. Who knows? Is this an actual patch stream? So we don't know for sure what exactly they are going to be talking about. But yeah, it looks like they're gonna have a big patch coming. Maybe even today, maybe the next days. Like, we don't know. They better talk about campaign skip, because this is cancer. I think a lot of people will disagree with that. I think community is pretty split. I don't mind doing the campaign. It's like a Diablo 2 feeling, right? You have to do the campaign in order to reach the end game. And I really like the campaign. Like, even playing it through multiple times is fun for me. And it's gonna get better, because you're not gonna have Cruel anymore. You're just gonna have Act 1 to 6. And not Act 1 to 3, and then Act 1 to 3 Cruel again. So it's not gonna be as repetitive as it is right now. I think campaign is fine to keep. Well, yeah, crashes are hard to fix, but I think is a problem, at least for me, performance in the end game. Like, whenever I do like a breach on top of a Delirium map or something like that, the performance and FPS of the game really goes down to its knees. I'm not really sure, like the FPS is just really bad if you have high density with like some strong build and overlapping league mechanics. They already said it, campaign skip is not happening. Yeah, makes sense. Sup Rob, hey Phil D, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, in about 5 hours.
Moving to Endgame from the campaign, and many are curious if the rapid ramp is intentional or not. Should the curve be flattened a tad? Should this level of speed stay in the game? Should everything in Path of Exile 2 be balanced around the speed of a mace warrior? There's a chunk of fundamental game design questions to answer here, and Grinding Your Games has their work ahead of them when it comes to endgame. I'd prefer more meaningful combat in the endgame, monsters that are scary alive, bosses that appear more frequently, and upgrades that appear more often, just like in the rather on-point first 3 acts of the Path of Exile 2 campaign. At this point, I've almost wholly abandoned the Path of Exile 2 endgame, playing a little bit of it here and there, and I'm just replaying through the campaign.
That was to a big degree me as well. Hey, Barricade. Juice maps need at least 2 bowls of oatmeal. Oh, that sounds delicious, man. Let's go. Yeah, I'm all for it. That sounds delicious and healthy. My FPS doesn't drop a single frame if I open 2 breaches at the same time on the Delirium map. Really? You are not guys not having frame drops whenever there's like multiple breaches plus Delirium? For me, my frames go down a lot. Like, it might also be a bit about my PC, and I'm looking to do an upgrade, especially with the new NVIDIA graphics cards, but I mean, it's definitely dropping frames for me. Like, big density, big frame drops. Everyone is losing frames with Delirium, 7 PoE1. I think it would be cool to have like a checkbox to disable the Delirium fog. It's just too much. Yeah, I don't have a 4090. RTX 4080, still big frame drops. Yeah, I'm not talking like early game, like the act playthrough. Like, I'm talking about, well, let me see. So when I played my Gemling, And there's like some crazy map. Also with all the loot. Here. Like, I feel the frames. Maybe it's fine. It depends a bit. I mean, also, like, when there's so much loot. And maybe the loot plays, like, a big part on it as well. But, man, it just... This was not even Delirium. Wait. Maybe that's not the right one. But anyways, like, when there's a lot of stuff, Delirium plus multiple breaches, it was lagging for me. Stackhaufen, thanks for the prime, man. Welcome in. FPS goes below 20, yeah. Running a 4090 and I do get some frame drops when playing Stormweaver minion. Oh yeah, there's also a ton of minions. You need the loot through fall. I mean, console player, dude. Rest in pieces. Rip. Or in peace. Okay, let's keep watching.
Different characters, either in the same mode, Standard League with trade, or in new modes, in my case, hardcore solo self-found, meaning one death and I'm done, and I cannot trade or interact with other players, and it has been spectacular. I just had to put this little segment in here because lots of other people also share this same sentiment. The first 3 acts of Path of Exile 2 are absolute cinema. I gotta especially shout out the first act and the...
Act 1 is the best, the creme de la creme, dude. Atmosphere, music...
final boss fight and everything leading up to the Count Geonor battle. It is spectacular. And I am so looking forward to Acts 4, 5, and 6. Not only because I kind of know what's going to be in Act 5 because of this art book, but because the quality level...
Wait, it's in there? I didn't even check.
...of the campaign compared to the endgame, which obviously, as I just said, they put a ton more time into, is just superb. And that is where most of my enjoyment comes from right now. Not just the design of the campaign, the bosses and the monsters and the areas and all that, but the character progression systems too. I actually like the Trial of the Sekimas and the Trial of Chaos. Yes, they need tuning, but I like the bones of them. Well, I like the foundations of them. I do. I like them as a whole. I just think some of the afflictions are ridiculous. Some of the mods in the Trial of Chaos, absolutely ridiculous. But everything else, I love. I love that entire experience from level 1 to about level 65, 70. And then the early endgame, it's okay. And then the later endgame, because of the problems I just pointed out before, it's a little rough. I'm just looking forward to the future. And right now, I'm typically a 1-character individual in Path of Exile 1. Play through the campaign once, I get my challenges, and I'm out. I am playing more and more characters in Path of Exile 2 than I ever have in a single league of Path of Exile 1. And the game isn't even finished yet. It's quite the testament. Cannot wait for the rest of it.
$480 spoiler book. I mean, you get so much more. Like, you also get the awesome merch. I don't wear one right now, but man, the PoE hoodie and the shirt that you get are super cool. Plus, you get all the keys that we gave away, and there's just a ton of stuff in there
to come out. Now it's time for some content shout outs, and we're starting with your boy, Kitten Cat Noodle, who released her very first episode.
Wait, why is he saying your boy?
Episode of the Path of Exile 2 lore series on Act 1. It's phenomenal as we've come to
Dude, have you guys watched the cutscenes? I'm like, as much of a lore Andy, I still haven't watched them. But then again, I've only watched the Diablo 4 cutscenes like a year after its release. I love the hoodie, wear it every time I game. Hell yeah. You get the big hideout. Yeah, like it spreads the portals pretty nicely, I feel.
So if you are looking for about...
But yeah, I don't really know like what's happening in the story.
A 29-minute breakdown of that first act, this is where you need to go. She does a stellar job as usual. Turn it on when you're mapping, turn it on when you're running, or just chilling doing nothing. She lays out the fundamentals of Act 1 in Agam.
Yeah, just
and it's
spam
great
escape,
to listen
man.
to.
Skip.
Additionally, I have to shout this out. This Still Sane podcast continues in January and February and into March. And this is the current lineup for the rest of January. Next up, we're talking to Lycan on the 14th.
Are you still sane, Exile?
Jungroan on the 16th, and then Hog on the 21st, and then some people after that as well. We've got people scheduled all the way out to March right now. It's a very fun series in which we're talking to very different creators, especially ones that have completely different viewpoints from myself, and platforming those viewpoints and just talking about the game that we all enjoy so much. It's been
maybe you can share your game settings focus. There's definitely a lot of tricks maybe that can help you to improve performance with the graphics modes. Like I'm not really into that, so I don't really know. Don't really have the expertise there. But I could see
wildly successful. People have really enjoyed it, and it will be continuing for the foreseeable future with the help of Mobalytics, as you see right here. They're going to have a whole dedicated section of their website for the Still Sane podcast. They help me improve the creative aspects of it. I'm really excited for what the future holds for this series. If you haven't already, check out at least a few of the episodes. The one with Kitten Cat Noodle, we talk about the lore. It was.
Wait, you're disabling sound settings? Wait, what? Like some of the channels or what? Must reset. So what are you changing here? Oh, from the file. I mean, I really like a lot of the sounds. Okay, yeah, I don't know how to do that. Let's just keep watching. But thanks for the tip. I might do that at some point because I'm really struggling. Like, you know, a story playthrough, everything is fine. But like during the Ultra Endgame with like Delirium, breaches, that kind of stuff overlapping, the FPS is going to its knees.
Pretty awesome, and it was the longest one yet. And then before we talk about someone else who is involved with this particular website, I have to say, Never Sync, his filter, it's coming out in full today. Filter Blade.
Oh, he already released this. This is the video, by the way, from Talkative Try. That's really sick. Do I still have this? Yes. So they did release like an awesome new filter. I think it just came out today, right? Did he post about it? PoE1 for the longest time could disable sounds but no longer get FPS drops from Herald of Ice Shatters, for example. Ooh, yeah, maybe that was like one of the things that had me lag. I can't play breaches. Game lags like crazy when it spawns monsters and I'm just dead. Yeah. Oh, let me check. Yeah, I just downloaded. Can I see this here somewhere? Export to PoE. Yeah, I very recently exported it like 2 hours ago or so. I think console load filter is being worked on. Never think. Oh yes, here it is. I'm gonna repost this. Okay guys, it's here. Never Think's loot filter for PoE 2 full version is live. That's looking good.
You want to do it that way, but I'm just going to show you the way that I did it. So
how to disable sounds?
Go to your folders here, go to whichever drive you have the game installed on. For most people, that's going to be C, but you know, whatever you have it named, A, B, D, C, whatever, go to where you have the game installed. Click that. You're going to go to users, you're going to go to whatever the username you have on the computer. For me, it's my first name. And then you're going to go to Documents. Then you're going to scroll down to My Games, double click on that, and then you're going to go to Path of Exile. Then you're going to double click here. There's going to be about 3 folders here, 3 files here. You're going to double click on this production config. So I'm not going to click on it right now. I do have another instance of it open. The reason is there is some personal information that I don't want to share and accidentally dox myself. But
Okay, maybe don't do this on stream, huh?
but I'll open it up here so you can see it. So it's a Word document, and it's going to have a bunch of different settings in here. I wouldn't mess around with too many of these settings unless you know what you're doing. But the ones that we're going to be messing with are going to be the sound settings. So
So you're just disabling some sounds to help you with your FPS.
you can press Control F
Brandon docs the...
and then just type sound here, and it's going to bring you to the sound settings. It's gonna show you a brackets here like this, and it's going to say sound and.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna link this again, guys. Yeah, this could fix your... I mean, I haven't tried this. But people said this can help you with FPS disabling. You can watch the rest of this video. Just install a program on Steam. Is that... Lossless scaling? Yeah, I have no idea. Well, that sounds good though. The video is so long. Yeah, but there's a timestamp in my link. Okay. Let's finish some Ranger. I'm gonna go like way down with music. What filter do you use? I'm using the strict filter from Neverthink. He just released a new one. Here's the link. Okay.
GG.
Hey, TTV God Chuck. Thank you so much for the support, my friend. Welcome in. Okay, yeah, we're gonna keep following a Fabgun's leveling build. Why is everybody talking about stat stacking when Stormweaver Sorks are the ones that need the real nerf? Well, I think both of those are maybe a little on the strong side of things. It depends what the GGG wants to do, right? But I think both of them are like somewhat powerful. Astra Mantis? I don't have an amulet like that. Do all classes in PoE use mana? Yes. It's called mana, life, and spirit on all classes. It's not like in Diablo where you have like different resources. They're based on different classes that you have. Okay. Okay, where did we leave? Right now my loading screens are like insane. Okay, yeah, we were here getting the soul cores. We are playing Lightning Arrow with Lightning Rod and Orb.
Now this is a find. A foul ruin that hasn't been
Fury!
No one from camp has managed to make it to this part of the jungle and survive.
A foul ruin that hasn't been looted? Okay. Oh. Instantly found it, man.
Another soul core. Are there more doors?
Oh, goodness! No storm on her.
Okay, so this looks way different now. The loot filter. I'll have to wait and see. I think that was somewhat tanky. Man, looks so strong still. How much loot do you want? Yes. Yeah, I want to find some soul cores, man. Let's check down here. Maybe they'll get me on the other side. Really hoping for a big update tonight. Unlikely as they're just back from Xmas break. I don't think they would do a stream if they haven't some, if they don't have some stuff to talk about, right? Like, I think there's a good chance that we're gonna see some big upgrades. I mean, I'm not sure what people are expecting, but I think it's definitely gonna be more than just balance updates, because else if it was just balance, man, I don't think they would do a stream, right? Is the wipe coming? Yeah, there's a, I mean, there's an option, right? Maybe.
Nowhere to run.
They only stream when it's fat. Like a fat, juicy announcement. Dude, I still haven't found a single core. Where the fuck are they hiding? Usually I get them, like, pretty fast. Is there one of them? Not here. They must all be at the top. Let's hope I'm setting my expectations right. I mean, yeah, expectations are somewhat high already, that's for sure. Okay, so the alchemy orb and the gloves. I guess I'll do this guy first. There's no swords and daggers yet. Look at the damage. Dude, what the fuck? It's so crazy. Okay, can I use this yet? Yes. And get the arrow up as well. What would it do? Okay, they both need level 60. These are kinda yuck. Yeah, I think, do you guys think Lightning Rod, Orb of Storms, like this combination? It just seems pretty ridiculous in terms of DPS.
Die like a beast.
Yeah, I just equipped it yesterday, Castle Shock. Oh, but it's not really, what is it at? Not really that crazy yet. And then having the ball lightnings. Oh, it's right there. Okay, I found it. It was just on the edge of blinking. These arrows blocking quite a bit. A foul ruin that hasn't been looted? Yeah, I have cast on shock with ball lightning. I'm following Fabgun's build. He has all this. Yeah, his build's great.
Yet again, I must call upon Alva.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the mechanism. There is still latent. Maybe the good luck.
Good luck.
Storm point.
No, I don't really mind the screen shade. Just need to find the freaking soul cores. They always be hiding. It's like, yeah, we get the checkpoint. Hey, Lucky, how's it going, man? Yeah, it's Ranger time. I think I had the best, or I have the best leveling experience on this class so far. It's really powerful. I feel it's actually ridiculously powerful. This class is so strong. Before they're gonna both be on the same side. Yeah, I mean, you love Ranger. But Ranger usually is not my type of archetype. It's just now it's really good. Yo, but in this new filter, I'm seeing so many items. Okay, I found one. Still have to find second one.
This soul core is larger. I wonder what it's for.
I know, I'm surprised. I mean, yeah, I played like most immediate builds. It doesn't make a sound anymore for these kind of maps now. What's the time for over the cam? It's for the developer talk. Are you excited for the next Diablo season as well, Lucky? We should chat sometime after the campfire on Thursday.
Powering up an ancient generator. What's
See what you do
going
for
on?
starting.
I don't trust this thing. Best keep moving.
Okay, we still gotta find one more. It might be anywhere. Maybe it's not here. Yeah, let's chat. Hey, sounds good. Ranger is fun, need extra projectiles. Yeah, I mean. I'll probably trade some items, but I wanted to wait until we know roughly what they'll change tonight. Oh, here it is. Nice. Wait, I should be able to teleport now too.
That should do it.
Fortunately, there's no checkpoint now, right? Only away from. When will the poor warrior be buffed? Yeah, I made this in my tweet. I was like hoping for some changes. Get so many skill gems. LFG. Hey guys, this boss is gonna melt.
Soul core is charged. Why
Charge!
don't you do the honors?
Can we get more int? I'm like almost full int, right?
Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that giant construct. Good luck.
Let's get it. Evalaya, hey, what's up? Good stream conversations. Okay, okay. Like, why the fuck is ball lightning so strong? Okay, bro. It's just a little busted. It's fine. It's all okay. The Kazan Shock is crazy. Do you also use this on the Stormweaver? What do you mean by place them focus? I don't know exactly what you mean. But okay. Yeah, wait. Yeah, we can do that. I replied. You're actually still playing Diablo? It's sad. I mean, just let anybody play what they want to play, man. It's nothing, nothing sad or crazy about it, dude. Can I use 14 for Herald of Thunder?
Nature's
Yes.
fury.
I've not really been doing this in a while now. Okay, so this are gonna be upgrades.
Some odds and ends. I'll take it.
This one I don't even
Be
need.
wary.
I can use those later. Diablo 4 has an endgame system, but there definitely needs to be some improvements long term. Screenshot of graphics settings? Yeah, you can upload them.
Here goes nothing.
Here goes nothing. Diablo 4 has fun for about a month after new content releases. They need real endgame. I agree. I mean, even the developers, I think, to some degree agreed with that. Like, they said it's okay to just enjoy the game for a few weeks and then you play something else.
They'll steer clear of me.
Again, you don't have to only play one game, man. It's completely okay. But these guys can be so dangerous. Like these things with chaos damage. Really annoying.
If only the Val lasted half as long as their contraptions.
This class is so strong, man. I'm gonna do this one. He just gets melted. Now we need these yellows. mob. Let's get it.
That's quite nice.
We're pretty good on Starlink right now. I'm using exclamation mark over Wolf.
Fury!
Over Wolf is really good. Oh man, these fucking spam bots. Oh, this is down, I guess. This is also the D2 experience, man. Whenever you're in the chat, you just get spammed. Yeah, Overwolf is really good. Hey Anthony, wait, you sold all your attack stacking gear just in time? You think they'll nerf it today? Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble. But I think there's a good chance. Method retracted, that's good. Oh, did you add that command? Nice. Thanks, Mercy. Yeah, I mean, there might be a... We watched a Fabguns video earlier. Fabgun. This was his list.
Before PoE2 did launch.
Here. Link the video. I think I agree with most of the things that he said here. I think what he missed is loot filters for console. That would be cool to have in the patch. But yeah, Archmages, Might Not Matter buff, nerf, Herald, like Ice and... I don't know about Fire, but Ice and Thunder, definitely pretty strong. Stat stacking, Gemling, Grim Feast, Energy Shield, Hand of Wisdom, also stat stacking. Anything that can kill pinnacle bosses in 1 second. Who's guy even talking about? Bro, what the hell? They want to melt me. Oh, this is how you die on your hardcore character. You just freaking tap out, and like while you're AFK, like some random monster goes to you and kills you. How do I apply the filter? There's an option in-game. You head in-game, you go to options, and you go to game. You open this folder, you copy or export the filter in this folder that opens, like here. I just click on the folder, and here's the folder. You just copy the filter in here. And then you select the filter, and then you load it. And that's it. It's very simple. Yeah, on console it doesn't work yet, but it looks like they're working on this. Maybe we will learn some new stuff about that today. No, I don't think you can use them on console yet. How to price check on Overwatch? Alt-E. So if I was hovering an item, like let's say this one, I just press Alt-E and it opens this overlay. And then you already see like this bow is like 60x. Then you can even click here and it opens like exactly the bow. So yeah, look, see 3 sockets, with 250 is worth it. And then obviously it goes even higher, right? If you go like corrupted. But yeah. That's basically how it works. This is like, in my opinion, is the best one. I don't know, even like here on like these kind of things, like I don't even know if these are like, let's say you have a rare item like this. I'm not quite sure if this is even worth too much, but this is basically main energy shield, int, life, double res. So it should be pretty decent. Yeah, I'm not even using this. And then if you don't find anything, you go a bit lower on stats. It's actually worth a lot, what the fuck? I got this for a few extra orbs, but that was some time ago. But yeah. That's basically how it goes. Bulk buying. Oh, but can't you get stuff in bulk? Yo, can you not DM me on Twitch? I need to block my DMs again if I haven't done that. It's fucking up my dashboard for some reason. Okay, I think it's down. But yeah, the overlay is really, really nice. If you sign in POE with filter, but you think it's safe for my account, yeah, I think this never think has been working on Path of Exile 1 loot filters. I mean, I don't know how long, maybe somebody in the chat knows. I mean, from what I heard, never think is one of the OGs, so like he's been making loot filters for Path of Exile for a long time. I don't think it's gonna scam you or something, you know. Obviously, always be cautious, but because there were some reports of people like losing their accounts, but I doubt that's gonna be from filter. Ooh, what is this? I'm definitely not used to the coloring. Another greater Jula orb. That's gonna be sick for me. For this character. Orc. Hell yeah. We could use this on Herald of Thunder, yes? What are you gonna use this on? Lightning Rod or Thunder? Well, I need to check Fabcram's guide then. What's better for now? I think it might be Rod. We're gonna go already in the endgame build for this one. Streamer loot right there. Yeah, we're gonna go for Rod. For Rod Ferguson. Okay, and what are we gonna get? So we have Scatter, Concentrated, Conduction. Close Combat. Alright, bam. We got even stronger. Hell yeah.
Fury.
Just sticking close, boys. Streamer load, yeah. I mean, that's what, another like 30 exalted orbs. They just keep on coming. Yeah, what is the discussion about now? Okay, let's go.
Done. Finally.
Okay, I also need to fix my intelligence. We gotta become smarter. But we're not. Not smart enough. Not for this, anyways. Oh, Gazzy is also streaming already. Let's go. 108, man. I don't even know if we have that many.
The wind's changed direction.
1, 2, 3. Yes. So this goes back into leveling gear. Oh, actually it goes here to the ranged stuff. Okay. Might need to get a new amulet at some point, but it's actually a decent amulet, the one I have right now. Okay, we'll see.
So this is what the Val were capable of.
Don't have that much rest. Be fine now.
Beyond this sealed door is the temple of the sun god Kopek.
You and your mods are the best. Yeah, thanks. Big thanks to No Mercy here. I was using a different overlay before, but this Overwolf one is very good in my opinion. I'm using exclamation mark overlay. It's Overwolf. There's a link if you type exclamation mark overlay. Yeah, I'm not there with the blink technique. I mean, obviously don't have temporaries.
Nature has reclaimed the city.
We're just starting out in this ranger.
Charged arrow.
The sea of arrows, man, they look so cool. That looks a bit like it's the end here. This feeling, man, we're gonna run into like a big dead end.
Barely broke a sweat.
I just feel range is so strong in this game, dude. Obviously with like some good leveling gear and stuff, but just being able to keep distance is nuts.
Thunderous shot.
Okay, so this is like a dead end or what?
Fluidity in motion. Mastery in action.
This is the wrong one. Can we go back all the way here? We gotta go up. Archmage hits pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, we have to wait, like, what exactly they'll nerf. Like, you're already thinking about, like, what do you do if it's nerfed? I mean, that really depends on how they nerf Archmage. And probably also Mum. ultimate mana flask. Yeah, that's a lot better. Is this more damage? Yes. Okay, what's the rest now with this ring? It's not that great. But it has rarity lightning damage. Oh, I lost some... we lost some decks. Fuck. Can't do this yet unless we go town later. I think it might be up. Yeah, in terms of nerfs. So this one here was a list that Fabgun made. I'll link this. I don't know what you think. I'm gonna go bathroom for a second. You can look at this. So Archmage, Whatever Matter, Heralds, like Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder. Stat stacking Gemling with Hand of Wisdom. And then probably the Ascendancy point of Gemling that doubles the bonuses from all the attributes. I think that's particularly crazy at the moment. And then, yeah, Energy Shield. I think, like, Life and Armor in general are super weak right now. Overwolf and Curseforge are the main providers of all the add-ons for WoW and have been for many years. Yeah, I would not... I mean, obviously there's always a leftover risk, but I don't really think Overwolf is going to try to scam your account, guys. You know, he's never 100%, but he's very unlikely, I would at least say. That's what people are hoping they will nerf. No, I don't know. This list is from Fabgun. I mean, I think he's going to be a pretty reasonable person about it. And he definitely has the currency. Like, I mean, this is his currency. He has like 350 Divine Orbs, 360. Okay, guys, I need 1 second. This is the list, though. Alright, we made it back. Huntress and Druid? Question mark. Alright, boys. We got delicious milkshake. These are super new, sugar-free from Holy if you want to check them out. Code ROB, 10% off. They also have energy drinks and iced teas. And I'm gonna be rocking some of the new products that they have since Christmas. Milkshakes, cheers. This is the banana one. Bananas and pajamas. Holy delicious. There's like these starter sets. Actually, the iced teas are still my favorite. However, right now I feel more like a milkshake. More like drinking a milkshake. They have these like starter sets with the shaker and 14 of the most popular flavors. 10% off with my code. And you support the stream at the same time. Cheerio. Hey, do you know if the cosmetic armor on sale right now can be recolored? There's like a new sale. Okay, wait, let me...
shot.
I think I'm safe here, right? I don't know if the sale is paused in the game. I've not really checked it out. You mean one of these here? Die liefern europaweit. Auch nach Amerika, but only after a certain... It's basically like versandkostenfrei, but only after a certain amount of value. Or euro, dollars that you order for. But yeah, again, you get 10% off with code ROB, so that can also cover that. Nightfall armor. Should we get it? Oh shit, man, it does look really good. I mean, we'd basically be losing money if we didn't buy this. Wouldn't we? Despair. Yo, but it looks cool AF, man. 300. This is like third weight. But 315 means it's 31 euro or dollars, right? Okay, but it looks so cool, dude. I mean, we have this currency still from the starter pack. The face piece is goofy looking. Don't know, it looks like the hooded one. Okay, chat, should we get this? I mean, it's still on sale. It ends in 24 hours, boys. Like, we'd be losing money if we didn't get this. Look, else it costs like 420. Holy smokes, dude. Oh, this is like always when there was a Diablo sale, man. You have to get it. Flex on the pomos. Alright. Okay, wait, but we just get the entire set or what? Holy smokes, man. G steht für gönnen, ey. Kaching, kaching. There we go. Okay, we'd still have to equip it, right? Wait, so there's a helm skin. There's an armor skin. There's boots. Helm, armor, boots. What else was there? Gloves? Okay, but like, now we need a cool bow. Okay, what are we gonna get on a bow, though? all look the fucking same. Back attachment? Where's back attachment? I don't even have this. Wait a sec. This guy wants to buy this for 10x, sure. Think of Fenton, I'll go Nightfell Armor. Yo, I don't have all this stuff, man. No, still not as cool as Barbarian. Dude, Barbarian doesn't need a skin, man. He just wears his... He just wears his pride, dude. I just put this in, man. I didn't even expect to. Yo, somebody just put on like a firecracker outside. Fuck.
Love the content, Rob. Enjoy Poe how you want to enjoy it. Keep up the grind.
Thank you, Marky Mark. I will. 13 months in over a year. Hell yeah, and Diablo 4 season is coming out soon as well. Okay. Okay, so what weapon effect are you talking? I'm gonna put all this under leveling. Ranged, I guess.
B1, their queen. My tribe could use that.
Okay. But we will need
Farewell.
a bit more dex now.
Time to learn something new. Shocking.
Okay, perfect. I just need a chest armor, but it's gonna be like a few more levels, I guess. Okay, I mean, it does look pretty cool now. Holy tabs, yeah, how many... Dude. Yeah, how many tabs do you want? Yes. No, we needed them. What is this guy bugging out about? Look at this. This guy is just moving on the same pixel. It's so many tabs, dude. You're losing the overview. Okay, we need Herald of Thunder. I think I'm using Innervate already, though. Yeah, we have Innervate here. Don't know if I have enough yet. It doesn't even have 5 there. Is it worth it to put Innervate away from Lightning Arrow? Not enough tabs? Dude, I got them when there was a big discount. Hab Angst vor heute Abend. I had so much fun doing a Gemling Stacker, but I'm afraid it's gonna get nerfed. Yeah. I would not buy anything expensive. Like you can just wait like 4 more hours and then you know. Rather than just, hey, the booty, how's it going, man? You're blasting PoE as well? $94 max tunes. Oh, nice. I got like a Gemling 97, but I obviously got a lot of help on that. Okay, so what other gem are we getting on Herald of Thunder? Maybe I need to go to another variant here. He's just using lightning mastery. But that doesn't really sound that strong.
Nature's
But
fury.
For now, I guess. Storm Reaver attribute stacking. If this announcement doesn't got it. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, it's all dead end, man. It means it's gonna like continue down here somewhere. Like it should be on the... Oh man, it looks so much cooler now. I might still be looking for a new back attachment. If armor can be recolored, I have no idea. I have not really messed around with cosmetics at all. I'm lagging a bit.
Storming out. Crawling.
Yo, dude, it's so strong, man. I go off work for Tuesdays, Wednesdays 44, Season 7 launch. Hope it's fun. Oh yeah, I think so too. How do I even recolor it? Okay, I can try it right now, but how do I do it? If you let me know, proxy, I can try. So you don't have to buy it without knowing. Recolor it? I can buy more. How do I recolor it? I didn't even know it's possible. I think the number of people actually running broken attribute stacking builds at the end is lower than people think. Yeah, because it's very expensive. Like very high entry. Lots of these. That does make sense. I don't know how it can be done. Well, so we don't even know if it's possible. Yeah, I don't know that you can change any color. Yeah, there's a good chance they nerf maybe even the Gemling Ascendancy and Hand of Wisdom. I didn't play the PTR, but after watching some videos, like there were a lot of broken OP builds. Looking forward to your insights. Well, the problem is the booty. I also only played for like 2 days because the PTR released like 2 days before PoE released, right? Something like that. It cannot be done. So you cannot color anything. But I was playing a bit of Spiritborn and the Hota Earthquake Barb. And those were both fun. No way to introduce Act 4 to 6. I think they would do like one act. Like not all 3 of them at the same time, but we'll see. Yeah, but I would wait right now and just see what's gonna change before investing in stuff. Like at least a lot. Okay, so what wings can we get then? But these wings doesn't look good. Like, what do you think? Like, is there like a good wing pack? Portals, pets, visual effects, bundles. Where is it even? I don't like. I hate pets. I don't like because it's just distracting me. Stash tabs. I have everything. Wait, how do I find the wings though? There's no like, is it visual effects? Wait, you can have all this shit? I can't even see, like, what does it, why can I not see a preview? Beavis and Butthead, yeah. Am I missing something? Here you can see all wings. Okay, let's see. Wait, these are not wings, are they? Or just filter for wings? Yeah, I'm not... Wait, now it works. This is just a character effect. My wildest fetish is they will buff my javelin. Yeah, good luck. They might. Yeah, that doesn't help me. Yeah, I don't really understand what that means. Wait, you can buy cursors. Character slot, the fuck? Yeah, some of them look really cool actually. But search here, wings. But why is there like... But these are all the wings available? Yo, okay, that one's pretty cool though. God damn it, man, they're super expensive. I saw a druid that bought a hurricane doing 8-digit with a T on the end. Yeah, okay, but that's just a bug, right? Back attachment. So which one looks cool? But they are $30, dude. This looks shit though. Oh, that's pretty cool. Nah. Okay, I think the wings. I mean, if anything, you would get these wings, right? But these are not on sale, so I'm not really like in a rush to get these wings. New patch for MTX. Oh yeah, I mean these wings look super cool though. Like, oh boy. Yeah, we will wait. We'll watch. We'll wait.
Storming arrow.
Okay. 30 wings available. 30 times 30, man. That's $900. That's a lot.
So this is what I could smell. How repulsive.
So many wings, dude. Freak those mushrooms.
Thunderous shot.
No, fucking this dead end, man. If you buy wings, you can fly over the maps in the trials? Yeah, sure you can. Like what? That sounds perfectly reasonable. The MTX don't give you power in game. There's no pay for power. Red mushroom, green mushroom, more mushrooms. Oh, there's a green one. Man, Ranger just seems so strong though. And like a lot of fun to play.
She doesn't look like
Yeah, I don't need to go here.
but nor does she look hostile.
Fab gun, lightning arrow, yes. That's the plan. Exclamation mark, build. To build so much fun? Oh hell yeah. Well, I mean, I'll wait. I'm just leveling this character. I also have a Stormweaver leveled. I want to wait. Because I think both of those look super cool. I want to wait until the announcement today and then see which one gets nerfed less. Or I mean, maybe they both get super nerfed. Like, who knows? But that's the plan anyways. My Stormweaver is already 65, so I don't know. Like 5 more levels here or something. Change your bow to bow with additional arrow. Yeah, I don't have one. Yeah, just change to you know, better stuff. Easy fix. Well, I'm super strong for this part in the story, so I think I'm fine.
Storming arrow.
I don't really think lightning arrow is the crazy thing. I think it's the orb combined with the rod. Why does it keep playing this sound? Nothing is dropping. Fucking mushroom dropped off. That's why it kept playing. Filthy queen. Who's she gonna melt?
I think I should have the first. I think not.
DPS is so ridiculous.
I just did the world a heap. This should grant us access to the temple.
Like at least of this. 97, yeah, let's go. Yeah, the both of the heralds, but I think that might also be at least somewhere near the potential chopping block, no? I mean, there's definitely some chopping blocks.
You found it! You found the key.
Don't know how they're gonna chop this kind of stuff. Temple of Kop.
The light. It's immense. Overwhelming. In my sight! This heat is unbearable.
Very overwhelming. Oh, we got everything here now. Okay, we go straight here. Big decks. Yeah, you can just link me a video. I think there are so many like busted builds. People at least saying they're busted. Really can't, like I need to deactivate the Twitch DMs, it's so annoying. Problem is like my dashboard just fucks up whenever somebody DMs me. I have to reload it. Missing all the fucking shit.
Fury!
Yeah, we're going lightning arrow. Is it load now? Herald of Thunder, Ice, AoE monsters. Let's go. I'm not taking anyone's viewers, dude. Sorry about the dashboard. It's not your fault. I mean, if you have a video link, you can link it. It's fine. Sprachsound ist viel zu leise. Oh, I did not turn it down much. Okay, we're gonna turn it down a bit. I turned the game down. Hopefully it's better now. I was getting stuck here.
We humbly await your return.
Hey, you cannot read your DMs, just post it in the chat.
Curl your flesh!
Can't kill what you can't catch.
Euphoria!
Dude, what the fuck is this?
A trapped animal will lose its mind. Eventually.
Vile ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
It's up here. What do you want to see? I had the latency or what?
I wonder what this...
Why would you want to see the FPS?
I can make out symbols for blood and offering.
I mean, I can add you, but I want to finish
It's
the
not a
story
blood
first.
offering, it's someone of vile blood. Perhaps if I...
Brr. The combination is so ridiculous.
Now this is truly something!
Hell yeah.
The
it is.
apex! It's opening! Goodness me!
It looks so cool.
We're back in the encampment?
So, impetus. You hear a click? Duck.
Hey. Oh. What?
No, I'm Jesus. I'm gonna finish the story. Yeah, it can be lagging like crazy, man. But thank you for showing. Let's not know. The thing is annoying me, like, I don't know. Do you really want to see this? I don't know what's the point. I'm gonna disable this. Hopefully.
There they are.
Yes.
What are you doing? Thunderous shot! I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Easy trophy.
Yeah, I don't even have Herald of Ice yet. Let's go. I think I actually might have ran the right direction. I think it's like always on the right side though, right? I got the heart already.
Even from an animal.
Oh, that heart dropped very early. Okay, I'm gonna blast this.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
It's just a misunderstanding. Yeah, place the orbs, spam rod, or should I spam replace orbs and then spam?
Why, that was me, of course.
Or place rods and then spam orbs.
I am Alva Valai.
Who does it?
Treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani.
She's like blah 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 blah
As
blah.
for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled. Pain sharpens the mind.
I think this combination is just broken, dude.
What trickery is this? Where did she go?
It's just way too much damage. Yeeted. The amount of orbs and lightning, the ball lightnings it's triggering is completely crazy.
Quick and lethal.
Okay.
Now this will come in handy.
Does Donny ice want? No thanks. What's up, Donny Ice? You want some ice? Ice.
To think everyone here will die. All because of one woman and her pet thaumaturge.
Blink and Temper. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to imagine. I've seen it. Like, I've seen it on Fabgun's stream. I mean, we can watch a video after I'm done with the story. But I don't really want to, like, you know, invest or trade a lot with this ranger yet, because would like to see what they change first. Dude, I'm finding all the dead ends. It's easy. Gonna be down there. I just want to check. This guy sure is praying a lot. Artillery, artillery. We need to find the sacrifice. All these new flashy colors. Look at items. Is the altar? When is D4 coming? On the 16th.
Too weak, too slow. How many were sacrificed at this altar? Just like gutting an animal, in a sense.
I made a video about it. Here you can kind of check. Hey everybody, it's Rob here on a lot more positive note today. We're here on the 16th. So we have the PoE update today, and then in 4 days, 5 days, we have this update. Double string bow, no. Finally have an... I'm just starting this character. Like, I just started this one 2 days ago. This looks a bit like a dead end. But man, it's cool. Really like the combination. Camera Log, thanks for the T1 sub. Appreciate the support. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, where do we go? Left or up or down? We take them all. Yeah, I know, but I don't have this yet. Before announcement is gonna be gloriously amazing. It'll shock you. DDG hates this one trick. I think both of the announcements are hopefully gonna be great. I mean, that would be the best for all of us.
Ah, yes.
Just have more than one awesome game, dude.
How vulgar.
You're just gonna have a great time.
Is here.
What the fuck? These guys are doing a lot of damage. You have ads? Okay. They're gonna be pausing. This layout is not really so nice. Definitely use some more evasion rating.
Charged arrow.
All 3 heralds. You just need to have enough spirit. You can use spirit amulet.
Azeri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
I think there's also some jewels that give spirit, if I'm not mistaken. I've not really played these very demanding characters with like so much spirit with blink. I've only done it on Monk, but there you have the ascendancy to just give you so much spirit.
Charged arrow.
Yeah, after I'm done with this boss, I'll definitely want to switch to like the more endgame focus build. And these are just level 14 gems I keep getting. Yeah, I probably need spirit on the chest. Yeah, I just don't have that. I mean, my chest is like my level 1 chest right now. Can definitely get a bunch more evasion rates.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
Like hurrying is gonna do much. Alright. Yeah, just use temporalises. I think yes, also a good chance for temporalises to get nerfed today, right?
The demon of Anzoatl has finally come for me. I can't give up. I must save my people.
You know why we're here. It happened. It cannot be stopped.
No, I will succeed. Ugh. Unexpected, but non-critical.
Dude, where's this so OP, man?
No, do not fail me. Not now. How could this happen? All I've done.
The items, okay, I got some news for you. The items cost 200 divines because it's so OP. I don't think your argument makes much sense.
Here and die, or
what time is the stream? There's the timer up here. 3 hours, 50 minutes.
The legacy of the Val must be protected.
Close fights.
I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Best you start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
No one's peacemaking.
So will you help us?
I suppose I'm, but I will come to you.
We did it, boys. Double charm belt? No. I need to check what gear I'm gonna get. Yeah, like, I mean, I could trade one, but I could also... I don't think they'll nerf Headhunter, but who knows.
Now then, it is time we departed. Activate the portal, and we will see about it.
What is happening?
It begins.
What do we do?
I don't really mind that much about the charms.
Help me get her inside.
But 3 charms for the win. Will this build live to see the day? Who knows? Probably not. The hooded one.
You're away. There's a lot.
Okay.
It has, this from here. Of course.
That's it, man.
You've come to your senses.
Go on.
Yeah, this is still stuck. Let's go to hideout. Every cast on X-Build's gonna get nerfed? I mean, there's a chance. 1,500 life. That's at least some life.
Well, well. Good luck. Hail.
A kind man.
Well, these guys all want.
I'm here.
Okay, okay.
Speak.
I think we're pretty much done.
Yes. Go.
Can we... This was a leveling item. Okay, so at 65, I can at least wear this chest. Okay, I'm Jesus, you wanted to show me your build? Poor Herald is getting destroyed today. I mean, it might. Okay, but we are pretty much going for Herald of Ice, right? Like, now I need to change my build. Herald of Ice. Lightning Infusion. Oh shit, I gotta have to like change everything. Okay, I'll do this after. I just open the map. I need something to fight. So what's the build? What's the build that you play? I have maps, it's fine. Well, you want a T1 map? Like, what are you gonna show in a T1 map? He wants me to show... He wants... It looks like a spark sword. I mean, I don't know, we can just do... Sure. Well, we're gonna do a T12, whatever. You want Breach? I mean, I'm gonna stay in the back. Your choice. Yeah, but I probably won't be able to see much. Hello? Can I not click it? Cannot access endgame content before you've completed the campaign. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, why can I not do it? I did complete the endgame. Do I need to talk to some guy again? Wait a sec. But I did go through that. Oh, you have to open the first map within the refuge. Okay, well, you can join again then. Didn't remember that restriction. Okay, so you want me to show is the spark. Ooh. Hey, why does it look different now? That's pretty cool. I wish there would be like some sort of like inspect functionality. You can just go. I'll just die here. It would be a bit easier when you stream the stuff, but what's the difference here? This is just like a spark sword, no?
Thunderous shot.
And so what's this build? I'm just gonna stay in the middle, dude. They're gonna soul kill me. Concoction. Oh, they're gonna kill me. Okay, we gotta go for it. Okay, but you see the FPS drops again? I don't think there's much I can do against that. It's so bad. Yeah, it looks like Temporalysis. Okay, we're gonna load the other filter. Wait, did it load it? This one is what I'm used to. Yeah, these are pretty crazy.
I must seal any rifts I find. They can only bring doom.
Yeah, breach is fucking pork. I'm very strict, uber strict.
Rather not break my back.
I mean, this might still be better than what I have right now, but I'll just wait until a few more levels. Yeah, complaints about what on the forums?
Storm point.
Yeah, this build didn't even have any boss, right?
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do. Okay, but I'm gonna need to fix my build after this. I think it's actually pretty ridiculous in terms of... Like, it's proccing so many heralds, right? Does his proc based on my rod as well? Can't get used to these new colors that they have. I mean, it does proc quite a lot, yes? Like, what the fuck? Why does it proc so much? Ooh. I gotta be careful with this fucking poison, dude. Eventually it's gonna look like this. That certainly looks like a pretty strong build. Okay, well that's fun.
Now this will come in handy.
Ooh, my gloves are complete dog. Okay, now I can go to the hideout though, yes? I wanna type in party. Nice build. Yeah. I can imagine. Like the amount of Herald of Thunder procs is just ridiculous. Hi, I know my internet is struggling right now. I'm almost DCing. Fuck, dude.
This holds great
Everlasting Gaze. Well, this is one I could use on my sorcerer, yes? Is there like any like variance in this? It's like 10x or something? 21% mana. It's unscalable, so it's like a mid-roll. Excuse me. So I guess I'm gonna keep that.
This holds great power.
Just gonna like put all this in the dump tab. Maybe not this one. Because I might be playing it. Physical life, that's not really that great. Okay, can I... Guess we make the dump tab, just put it all here.
Good eating.
Guild stash.
Pretty sure I've killed him. How awkward.
How many do you want? Yes. Okay, we're gonna probably run a few low-level maps, right? I already know what map tier we're gonna
Love
run.
Po 2.
I can't wait. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's a great game. Thanks for the support. Come in. We should call it Rob's Maps. Yep.
Yes.
Thanks, man. GG.
Time is not on our side. Yes.
Okay, I definitely gotta figure out what we put now.
Until next time.
Okay, so for early endgame, what's the best one to follow? I think mid game. Mid game with Hands of Wisdom. No, I'm playing Dead Eye with Lightning Arrow, yes. So we'll probably build something like this. But there's no early end game. There's mid game, then there's end game. Okay. Martial tempo. I don't know if I have enough cold damage there though. So martial tempo, yes. Okay, primal armament is gonna stay here. No inner raid. Oh no, inner raid as well. So I have Ice Bite or Heft. So here we have Scatter Shot, Concentrated, Close Combat, and Rising Tempest. Thunder. Cold Infusion. Oh.
Shocking.
Oh man, I'm gonna put them all out. Okay, Lightning Mastery is gonna stay. Long shot and did I have long shot here? I think I had long shot somewhere. Maybe not. Okay, long shot and yeah, so thunder is freezing and ice is shocking. Okay, I need to...
How can I help?
I might still have like a high level Herald of Ice in my stash actually. From the monk days. Maybe? 500 out of 500. Nope. It's fine, I'm gonna get a new one.
Hey.
So we want Greater Jula Orb. Whoa, they're pretty cheap right now. 22, I remember them being so much higher. I think we can also get a lot higher level skills at some point. Okay, Lightning Infusion. Conduction Magnified Overcharge. So we have okay, what is an Orb of Storms? Chain, Unleash Overabundance, and Persistence. Still has Wind Dancer, but I can't activate it because I don't have Spirit. And Cast on Shock, I guess, is the same. Ball Lightning. Yes. Okay, it should be good now. What time today? 9:30, 21:30. What's up, bro? Number 0. Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome in. Winning? I don't know yet.
Yes.
Okay, so with this scuffed gear, what level do you think we can do? Well, I don't know what we would need to upgrade the amulet, though. Build guide for this build? I'm following the one from Fabgun. You can check it here on !build. He's one of the best rangers out there for sure. And blasting a lot. Yes, it is. Okay. So what level do we put on Orb of Storms?
Hello.
How much does level 12 need? 100 int. That all should be fine, right? He's level 64. Do I have like a 14? I don't know if we need to upgrade cast on shock and those things as well. We'll see. Come on, Rob. Come on, what? Solar amulet. 30 spirit. Ooh. Yeah, what's the price on this though? Spirit, rarity, projectile, all. One divine. Let me see this one. Maybe a bit more. Oh, this one has 3. Wait, people are actually like for 3 is like 200 divines? What the fuck? Yeah, we covered the Elon Musk topic. I was just saying it was different in D4. Heavy FPS drops. Yeah, I mean, people were saying like you can deactivate some of your sound stuff to help you out, but I'm also having some issues there. I don't know what it's worth. Okay. I just need to be able to trade. Need to be able to trade like a chest at some point, I guess. Okay, this is still like a great leveling amulet. Okay, but with this 30 spirit, should I get blink or what should I get? I mean, Wind Dancer. Where does it say how much spirit it needs? This goes for like 4 divines. And that's a lot of fucking evasion waiting. And like triple res? Yeah. Yeah, that's why, like, what does it do to me? Oh, you only activate the cast on shock on the boss. Yeah, okay. I see. This one still has some life, I guess. I have a struggle selling items. You should try to use exclamation mark overlay. It's a very good price checking tool that was brought to my attention. Yeah, but where do I get the last 30 spirit? Like, I guess on a chest, but my chest doesn't have spirit.
Yes.
Overwolf here. This is the overlay.
On with the work.
I have the monk's chest. This one. It's not really that great. It's like a hybrid. Yeah, so for now that's 30 spirit, like I can't do anything with it. Yeah, I pretty much just need to reach 65. Okay, we're just gonna run some low maps, see how it goes. Haven't tried it like this. I was not really wanting to make... I don't know, what map can we run? Maybe like tier 3? Do we have some maps that have some stuff, man? Oh, here, look. Juicy T3 map. Oh! See, man, we have some of these big rares. Might need a new bow. Is it that big a deal right now? Okay, I'll see. Maybe I do need a new bow. I mean, I can just use some maps that I need to do anyways to path somewhere, right? I mean, this shit doesn't connect anywhere. So where are we going? Wait, this is all... Oh. Hey, this looks kind of weird. Why is my Atlas so different now? I guess because I'm another character? It looks super fucked up. Well, I guess I gotta have to do one of these breach stuff. Is this like a bug? Zoom out and escape at the same time, you get your map zoomed out. But like on the device? Wait. I have to hit it before or what? Okay, this should just be like a base function. But why is it cut off? Oh lol, now it's loading. What the fuck? Did you see it was cut off? Okay, well that's huge. That's fucking huge. Yeah, definitely might take a couple tries. Okay, so we go from here, I guess. Just gonna like path over there or something. I don't know if I can do T3. And yeah, it was just some fog that was there for some weird reason. Usually it's not there. Okay, do you think I can like kill stuff here? There's 67, like 5 levels above me. Maybe I'm a bit weak for these. Okay, we need to get another bow before we do this. I think I might have been better off with my previous setup, right? Overlay command not working. Now the command is over wolf.
Salvation
But I can
remains,
put this
as ever,
in the
out of your grasp.
Let me make cloudbot exclamation mark overlay. Add command. Okay, I'm adding it. Should work now. Okay. Overlay is working now, the command. Very nice. Okay, feels like I lost quite some damage. May real easy start with tier 1. Rarity found in this area. How long? 65. That's more. That should be more like it.
GG Rob.
Hey, thanks for the support, man. Let's go.
Thunderous shot.
These maps are gonna be chill. I don't think it's that big of an XP difference anyways, guys. Yeah, quality is better than rarity. I mean, you want both, ideally. %8 increased dexterity. Let's go. Hey bro, yo, how's it going? Yeah, it's not gonna show anything with this loot filter settings now. Should probably go back to... Precious tablets. My precious.
Fury.
Easy fury. Map completed. Easy prey. More hype for PoE2? I think both of the... I'm definitely hyped for both of the announcements. Sounds like both of them are gonna be quite cool. I'm looking forward to both of them. Okay. Go away. Easy done with this map. Yeah, I'm using the Never Think loot filter, the one that he released today. It's super cool. Very useful.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
Beautiful, but cold as ice.
I guess it shows. Define each. I think I'm fine. I mean, I'm getting some of my stuff that I have in my stash. Yeah, I need to figure it out. Like, I'll wait till the patch before I get anything. Can you show quiver? It's just my leveling quiver right now. This is what it looks like. I definitely do need to change some stuff. Monsters fire additional projectiles. Patches of burned ground, man. I hate that shit. I'm level 63. Yes. The website's great.
Take this!
Yeah, Headhunter is OP for sure, man. Look at this poison shit. Okay, he wants to buy this. Plop! Hey, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a big developer stream today. It's gonna be sick, yo. Well, what is this guy looking for? Thanks, mom. Farm your Atlas points. Oh yeah. I just got into Endgame. My plan is to farm my T1s. Do you have any advice that may be better for what I'm doing? Well, you start farming your T1s until you can do T2, basically, right? Like that's where I'm at pretty much right now. I still have my leveling chest and stuff. Just gotta make like 1.5 levels. I'll do those in a sec. Yeah, here is filter blade. This is the loot filter. They just released an update. Yeah, my FPS is dropping in the game as well. Which is kind of yikes, but there's no way of fixing it right now for me. Maybe they'll also like a little bit address this. PoE1, but better. I don't know what they're on about again. It always goes like this. The new topic, the new filter bait one is amazing. No, I will update though. Next month probably. Clearing chat, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack real quick. I'll be back in a sec. Alright. Got a yogurt. And some grapes. Should be all good. There's a guide on how to use the overlay? No. I mean, the overlay explains it. It's Alt-E. So if you want to price check an item, you just hover the item, then you press Alt-E. And then it pops up like this. And you'll see it's about worth 50 exalts. You can like have all the search function here. And you can click this and you can open the full market and look at the exact items. I mean, it's really good. Glad to see you blasting PoE. Thanks, man. Let's hide this guy, yes. Mods coming to console? Not that I know of. Overlay is the link here. It's the Overwolf overlay. Overlay, Overwolf, Overwolf overlay. It's pretty cool. It should be a glorious day today. Mega live stream. Huntress, Druid. Okay, let's watch the Druid gameplay while we eat. You wanna watch Druid? I'm really looking forward to it. Huge announcement. Do you guys think we're gonna get a new class today? Like the Druid? A Druid is so cool. Look at this. You're telling me there's a chance.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and intelligence, the Druid. In human form, the Druid is a spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster.
Special class.
But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today, we want to show off the bear form. Transformation in PoE 2 happens automatically when you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a bear, into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting enemies with the Bear's Maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage, so your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back. Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your Rampage. Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws. The initial roar generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance. Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of there. Of course, like any PoE 2 character, you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger. Since the bear is the slowest of the druid's forms, making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge an animal form, your character instantly transforms back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having
It's like exactly like what you can do in the Warrior, right? With like your big slams. You can always dodge through all out of the animation and cancel it essentially.
a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about the skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
Oh, it looks so cool, dude. There's a timer up here, 3 hours from now.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior might use and allow you to use it as a bear. I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar. You can actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use it is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, the next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next, I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the Exerted Attack, and then I slam again. See how 2 slams triggered? So, that's all well and good, but how about we try that again using Rampage? First, get a bit of Rage, slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the exert, and then Rampage around to do insane amounts of damage. So we've covered some of the bear side of the druid, but how is he as a spellcaster? Now of course we want to maximize the amount of time you spend in your animal forms, so most of the spells targeted at the druid tend to be things that last a long time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground and you get an area where monsters are continuously struck by bolts of lightning. The bolts don't do much damage, but they shock monsters, which is a debuff that increases all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear. So, that's going to increase your damage, but as I mentioned before, the bear form of the druid could use some defenses as well. The bear in particular is the slowest attacking of the druid's forms. He hits hard, but if he gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death.
Yeah, it's an old video.
That's why Tornado is so useful.
It's an old video, but they might still, you know, either get the Huntress or the Druid, or even both of them announced today. We don't know.
Tornado sucks monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills. The Tornado doesn't really move big monsters much, so you can actually use it to separate a boss from its minions too. The Druid also has the ability to summon animal companions. This is another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters away. In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes, and giving you a reason to resummon them in combat. The last druid spell we're going to talk about today is Volcano. You can cast it quickly like this and it will spawn just a few projectiles. Or you can hold down the button to channel it for longer, which will make it fire a whole bunch of projectiles when it spawns, doing a lot more damage. The Volcano sticks around firing its little projectiles for a long time, so it's another good skill to cast before turning into a bear. Now, the reason you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the Volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles.
That mechanic is so cool.
And if you thought that was a lot, then Rampage is even better, because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground, and you can run around the volcano.
So sick. That stacking druid coming up? Maybe.
Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized that this is going to be extra good with Seismic Cry, which we were using earlier to double the number of slams. So, first we're going to cast Volcano. Then Furious Slam till you stun something, Seismic Cry to get the double slams, then Rampage around while the volcano spews out a stupid number of projectiles. This combo would have been even better if we'd remembered to cast our Lightning Storm first, but getting time for that seems tricky. It would also have been nice if the monsters were affected by the crit debuff that my wolves do when I first summon them. This is where some meta gems to automate some elements can come in handy. Here's a gem called Cast While Channeling. If we add Lightning Storm to this skill, we can cast it automatically while we channel a volcano as we set up our combo. Cast While Channeling is an ongoing effect, so enabling the skill will cost us Spirit, which is a new resource in PoE 2 used specifically for these kinds of skills. If you look at the top left of the screen as we channel, we can see the energy building up to cast the Lightning Storm. So long as we channel Volcano for long enough, the Lightning Storm will also be cast on the same targeted
the
location.
combination possibility, man. Phew.
Currently, Cast While Channeling is active in reserving Spirit in both our human and bear forms. This means that any channeling skills we use as a bear technically will also cast the Lightning Storm. We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the Lightning Storm on top of our Volcano, rather than just casting it randomly as we're rampaging around. We're also unnecessarily reserving Spirit in our bear form we could be using for something else, so let's fix that. I'm going to go into the skill options for the skill and disable it in my bear form. We showed at ExileCon how you could use skill options to control which weapon set to use when casting skills, but you can also use the same interface to enable or disable which buffs you would like to have active in your different weapon sets too, without having to recast them all the time, and shapeshifting counts as a weapon set. Now when I change to a bear, the effect and the spirit reservation goes away, and when I change back to a human again, it's back automatically.
I think this is very early on. He only has like 2 or 3 links on his gems, and this looks like, I think it's Act 4. Like it's definitely not not Act 1 to Act 3. So this might be Act 4 or something. I think so at least.
So, now that we have some extra spirit available as a bear, why don't we make our life a little bit easier by automating one of our other skills? This is the Cast on Melee Stun meta gem. I'm going to put Summon Wolf in Cast on Melee Stun, so that whenever I stun a sufficient number of enemies while I'm a bear, it will summon another wolf. This is great, because usually when I'm stunning...
I think you can pretty much scale almost any skill to endgame, no? The Druid's looking weak, but this is early game. I think it's impossible to tell that Druid is weak from this footage, dude.
Because I'm about to do my Exerted Attack Slam combo. When wolves come out, they howl, adding the crit debuff to the monsters, right when I need it. It also helps keep my wolves alive and summoned at all times without me having to do it manually. So, last but not least, let's talk about the skill tree. At ExileCon we showed how you could dual spec your character so that different weapons can use different passives. Well, as I said before, the bear form counts as another weapon set for specialization purposes.
Yeah, Druid does 17 damage, man. It's almost as much as in D4. Somebody wants an early access key? Yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody would want that.
So he gets a tree too.
You can just pause it in here if you like.
If I open my passive tree, you can see how I'm near a melee damage cluster and a spell damage cluster.
Oh, these look so cool.
By holding shift, I can allocate these passives in my human form, and these ones as a bear. Now, when I change between human and bear form, my passives reallocate automatically. So, here we are at the Blind Beast. The goblins have enslaved a huge behemoth and gouged out its eyes. Now they're sending it in to fight you while they watch.
What have they done to this creature?
The goblins are cheering on. I should put a text there. Let's see this way. freaking goblins cheering. You don't like Druid? Druid looks lame as fuck. I think it looks super cool. So many combination possibilities. This definitely looks like a pretty long boss fight if I compare it to what my ranger was doing.
Your suffering ends here.
This is old footage.
Shameful.
And there we have it. With a little bit of customization, we have a build that can combine many different active skills to do some really interesting
Look at
effects.
the roll of the druid.
At the same time, your skill tree reconfigures automatically at the right time, and your buffs reconfigure automatically as well. You can even cast certain skills automatically. But we also haven't lost the dynamics of combat. Many skills interact with each other, and the ones you choose to use at any different moment depend a lot on what enemies you face or what situation you're in right at this moment. And at just the right time, you might be able to combine all your skills in one crazy combo, get some satisfying screen covering spam, and do some crazy damage. Now, these are just some of the skills targeted at the Druid in PoE 2. We didn't even show you the wolf form yet. There's a lot more to play and experience, and we look forward to letting you guys try it out when we go into beta on June 7th, 2020.
Okay, this is like old, of course. But he said wolf form. So there's definitely gonna be some wolf. Maybe we'll learn about the druid class today. There's a timer. There's gonna be a wolf, boys. The wolf exists.
Storming arrow.
Maybe I should get a bow though. I get like a bow and a quiver. And these can make. Oh my god, it's lagging. Stop it, Starlink. Nice to see you back. I mean, I was not gone. I was gone around Christmas, but yeah, welcome in, dude. Last year I was gone. Oh, another T1 map, huh? Wie gefällt dir der Ranger? I think the Ranger was definitely my best level experience so far. Okay, now I'm a little bit in a predicament here. Fuck, dude. I kinda wish I had like a big AoE clear.
I want my druid to be bird. Make a tornado that one-shots anything.
Hell yeah. There's like 2 packs here. How are there so many guys, man? At least got half level out of that. It's lagging, dude. Out of the lags. I speak multiple languages. Well, I speak my like my native language, Germany, and I speak English. I had some French in school, but I don't really speak it. So yeah.
An easy trophy.
Easy trophy.
Fury!
This looks like you can go there, but you can't. It only looks like that on the minimap. How many wastelands is up on me? Need a few more. I only can say Vulu Vokushe. Avec moi. That's like the best songs, man. Yeah, I guess we have to look at a different ball. So how do I get like more cold damage? I don't really feel like the Herald of Ice will triggering. Baguette is French enough. Bonjour. Ça va. I can really only do the basics, man. I can't even count to 100. No more. But I could do that in the past. Which one of us? Yes. Boom shakalaka.
That's quite nice.
That's quite nice indeed. This is a big dead end. Ventil, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for the support. Yo, yo, yo. Why do they look so weird? Get them all.
Woody left.
Alright, we're done. Here's this one. Can we do a poll? What do you most want announced? Well, we were watching this list here. I don't really know like why would it be in there, but console loot filter. I think it's like very hard to decide like between content and stuff. Like if you have new content or all the buffs or nerfs. It's gonna be very hard to like communicate in a poll. So don't really think we'll be doing much of that. 3 FPS, 30 FPS. Yeah, my stream is in 30. I can't put a stream in higher FPS. There's a lot of people around here right now, and my internet is, yeah, not the best at the moment. You guys think gambling will always be useful, since it can do other builds and attribute stacking? Yeah, I mean, I don't think they will over nerf like one class to be completely useless. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think people are expecting too much from this announcement. They just got back from vacation. Well, there's a video here from Fabgun. I'll link that. I think this is like a pretty reasonable stuff. I mean, and obviously, like, they might not do everything of this, especially like the new content, right? But there is potential for new content. So Archmage, Mum nerfs, Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder nerfs, stat stacking, Gemling, Hand of Wisdom nerf, Grim Feast, Energy Shield, kind of the combinations. Anything that can kill pinnacle bosses in 1 second. I think this is going to be a lot of builds. On death effects. I mean, on death effects feels frustrating, like the dying. Nah, there's no TLDR. It's you can check the statements on X. That's it. Is it statement or statements? Yeah, here's both of them. That's just some communication errors. Yeah, predicted buffs. I'm really hoping for some warrior changes here as well. Yeah, mace, warrior. I think armor and potentially life could see a bit of a change. I don't know about the rest here, like cold fire spells, life buffs, defense options. In my humble opinion, they will fix the auto procs that crash the game. When is the announcement? In 2.5 hours from now. Imagine how wild it would be if they give us swords. Yeah, like especially having a spin to win archetype, dude. That would be nuts. And just a spin and win, man. It's a glorious day. I want to play some music. Buff Spark? Maybe. Man, Agri, that sounds horrible. Make the timer bounce around the stream. Yeah, it's never big enough, huh? Wait, who's calling this explosion? Why the fuck is it lagging again? My internet today is just too bad, dude. Look at this. Fuck these lags. These freaking explosions. Best build for Druid? We have no idea, man. We don't even know the final patch notes. We have to wait until the patch notes. I mean, on PTR there was a Hurricane build that just did infinite damage. So, that one. Unless they fix it. I mean, in Diablo 4 there's almost always a build that just has infinite damage, right? So, there's some double dipping and then there we go. I would say pretty high chances. Some double dipping. Oh, no, 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 no. Dude, can I not stop? Like, when you click this lever, like, can you not go away?
You have been judged and found.
Very low FPS. Yeah, dude, my internet right now is, like, on the verge of collapsing. Wants to buy something for 8. Might be even worse now. I don't really think I can play today. It's just too laggy. Yes.
I find your lack
Infinite damage in D4 and negative damage. Maybe it's also like a couple of tabs that I have open.
Been watching me, Hurls.
What do you say is the best build for the Druid in Diablo 4 Season 7? You don't like insult people, man. It's already 30 FPS, no? Yeah, it's 30 FPS. Yeah, there's a new loot filter here, guys, if you want to check it out from NeverSync. Twitch player usually plays in 30 FPS, even if 60 is selected. Huh. Wait, the shared folder, what is that? Hey, raw PoE 2 or D4? You just play both, if you like. I mean, I'll continue to play both of them. I think that's completely fair. Okay, I closed like a bunch of shit. Let me close a bit more stuff. Can't close this, it's a bit annoying. And I guess I could close the overlay. Maybe that's gonna help a bit. Easy rarity. Where can I find the filter details? Exclamation mark filter. Okay, I hope it's better now. I closed like, well, many tabs. Maybe we'll have to close even more.
In my sights.
But you did break a sweat. Shit, man. Nah, I'm not gonna go for any crit version. Is there a crit version?
I find your lack of faith.
I'm going for this version. I think. I need to make one more level so I can wear the chest that I found. Oh, this is like pure evasion base. I have like a hybrid chest though. $50 spirit. But how does he get enough to also run Wind Dancer? Why is it so long now? Yeah. We just have like very bad lags because today there's like a ski day here. A lot of people are going skiing. Rarity. We'll go for this one. I'm not too worried. I just hope I have like 2% frame drops as well. Hope it's gonna be better today. It should be getting better slowly as the evening progresses and more people are done with their days.
An easy trophy.
Still dropping some frames. At least the character now looks hella cool. But I have spirit on my amulet too. But I would need... Wait. Yeah, okay, now it works. I had one too many gems on there. Did move the right one, yes. Okay, we're good then. I can also update the buff. And this map is really cool. You really like swishing it all the time? That sounds so annoying to do. You're switching it all the time, No Mercy? Well, that sounds horrible. I need some balls.
Thunderous shot.
Maybe there's gonna be some good ones. It's like 2 bad modifiers. Yeah, only swap on finisher. Wait, what do you get? Remove cast on Shock, run Wind Herald. How about I have that? I guess I will need to check what I'm missing then. More heralds. Nice, we got the big one now. Man, this chaos damage is still insane from those flowers. It's so freaking ridiculous. One more on the left. When does the PoE livestream start? In 2 hours. There's a timer on the top. Well, there should be. I almost ran into the explosions because I didn't see them.
Take this.
Okay, nice. Nah, the timer is never big enough, guys. No matter what you do, the timer is always too small. There's nothing we can do. It's never big enough. That's what she said. Okay. I mean, I could actually run like one of those rings too if I need to. Okay, should I run one of my breach rings? Fire damage, 2 attacks. I think they are all better than what I have. Strength, Dex, Cold Rest. I don't really know. I think I have too much rest right now.
Send me
wish they're pretty good. Okay. So we should trade for a bow. A bow and a quiver. At least for now.
Speak.
Quantity, essence. Okay, I don't know about these ones. Or do I have a spirit gem? Color blinking like RGB casino bling bling. Sure. Oh, I have them both. It's the other one. Wind Dancer. What level are Rob's items? Yeah, man, this bow is pretty bad. It requires level 1, dude. Super shitty. Well, I need a weapon and a quiver. I think that's the most things I need. Also, these boots are kind of shit. Do I not have my monk boots? Yeah, no shit, the level requirement doesn't matter on your leaks. We were just memeing. Weren't we? But I think this is better. I have enough rest at the moment, and yeah, I have too much rest even. Hi together, yo, what's up? Okay, so what quiver is... I need quiver and bow. So... what do we care the most about? That shit's bright. Dude, what the fuck does it take so long? What do I need on the bow then? Okay, so we need projectile skills, attack speed. And we need additional arrow. Increase damage with bow, this one? It doesn't have this. Wait, no resource found. Is this the wrong attack speed again? 800 divines. Okay, we're looking at something a bit more budget. Wait, how many additional arrows do we need? Okay, what, the damage like went down like a lot, what the fuck? $400 DPS bow. And how do you search that? So do we go, this is without additional arrows, right? Yeah, the ranks do a lot. Oh, it's up here. So it's just 400 DPS. Does it matter much if it's element or physical? I don't want to really spend more than 5 divines. At least for now. I'm only level 65. Yeah, these are all like 78. I mean, I can just play a bit more, like the levels are so fast. But I don't really have a DPS base at the moment. So like physical and a bit of cold. Make crossbows great again. Yeah. I mean, for now, this ranger here is like 1 divine. Physical light cold. What's the best to filter these by? These are all around 400 DPS. Okay, man, balls can be so expensive if they have a lot of damage. It's crazy. Yeah, but this is like more than double that I would spend. I mean, really easy get level. It's like we just play a bit. It's like no rush. Just gotta keep on blasting. The plan anyways. Are you guys ready for GG's kick in your balls? The nerfs are coming, guys. Go hide your builds. Hide your builds, boys. Ouch. You have a startup ball? Do you know what nerfs they're gonna do? No idea, but there are some videos. This one is from Fabgun, for example. I think it's a pretty reasonable stuff. Yeah, I'm like thinking prices are gonna change a bit, right? Yeah, we just need to trade like a different bow and quiver. Did not nerf Vine Arrow like a lot. Two Divine Orbs, 300 DPS. Did you get the stuff? The red one? What kind of like slash whisper? Okay, should work. Titan with Vine Arrow. This is a guy here who wants to buy an item for 8x. What level are you? Just 65. I mean, that is easy, like a 70 is fine. Victory hold. You should really tell the stash space that it's in my room. Warrior OP. Come on. So what do we like for the quiver, Mercy? This guy just got DC. Warrior OP. Ru 2 playing Warrior? Wait, really? Man, there's just so much broken stuff, dude. It's crazy. $300 big scam. Thanks. Drop in the hood. Okay, let me see. They still go for a lot. 270. Good. Need that one later. I'm just down by 2. Default attacking arbiter, easy. Might get mana on kill. Let me see this one here. But you said you have one for trade, Mercy, or no? I really like that text speed. I mean, it's not really like what I need, but I guess for now it's fine. I can wear it in like 2 levels. Thanks. Can get better ones on trade. Yeah, but I don't need it right now. Thanks. Yeah, it's a start. I might just look for... Oh, I got rid of the maps. Maps. Tier 2. I'm just gonna run a few of these. There's even ritual here, man. That's gonna be lit.
Take this.
Hidden grotto. There's always the freaking dead end map. The Legolas fantasy, I can feel it, man. But no big ice explosions yet. Oh, there was one.
An easy trophy. Now this will come in handy.
Okay, yeah, no, Mercy, let me know if you want to... What is that quiver? People look out for a quiver. Yeah, I'll check in a sec.
Storming arrow.
Storming arrow. Hopefully I can just easy survive this. I was kind of hoping the strongholds would continue going during the ritual. Hell yeah, quick and lethal. What is ATD? What's that? Let me see where we're going now. Can evade all hits. Ah, it's a jewel, right? Yeah.
Thunderous shot.
Yeah, do Mel for sure. Yeah, I wanna wait. Before I trade anything like that. Not really in a rush. Until after the updates. What we got here? Always I'd get more monsters. I can't see it yet. Then another ritual. Go get it, man. I gotta look for the other ritual. Wait, what? Game lag? Unexpected error. Should be able to get back in the map though, right? Unlucky, guys. Very unexpected. What time is the live stream? It's soon, actually. 2 hours from now. 2 hours. Dude, what the fuck is this loading screen? Today is a bit wild with the internet, plus the disconnect. Unfortunate situation. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, whatever. Doesn't even load. Today is doomed with playing. Okay, let's see. Did they... Yeah, did we get the... Oh, here, somebody posted predictions. Let's see. Rarity on all gear doubled. Energy flasks added. This is like the perfect like anti changes, yes. What happened to me? Came back, portals was gone, inventory was empty, had 2 diffs. Well, I mean, that's not so bad that it happens. Arbiter now also abuses you psychologically. Yeah. Titan grip now requires 6x strength. Minions no longer move to solve the door issue. They solve all the door issues. Yeah, I think it's fucked, man. This is just infinite loading screen for some reason. I don't think this is gonna resolve. At least not this loading screen, right? Was kind of sad, not gonna lie. No, we'll be loading forever. Okay, I think we're restarting. It doesn't function. Okay, was there someone else that had predictions for tonight? More predictions? From MP? Valorant. Oh, here. Waystone tab. Yeah. A tab for the maps, boys. That would be lit. It would be like best in slot, I feel. That's how it should be. Buffs and nerfs prediction. 400 hours in, this needs to change. Oh, here from Dreamcore.
Hello,
he
guys.
has some really good videos. I have a question. Level 42. Should I be worried about just finishing the act or gear farming? You should be progressing, not gear farming. I would say finish the acts. Finish the acts. Get them done. Okay, 3 buffs and nerfs predictions here from Dreamcore. We watched many of his videos before all this. My prediction, pain. Everybody's gonna get a nerf.
Guys, welcome to another video. Now, it looks like Path of Exile 2 is about to receive its first big balance patch, as we're going to be
huge upgrade.
Be getting a patch announcement video for the 0.1.1 update on January 12th at 8:30 p.m. GMT. And immediately following that, there'll be an episode of the Tavern Talk podcast with the devs to discuss all of the upcoming changes in detail. Now, I'm not convinced that this patch will contain any additional new content. It might do, I could be wrong there, but I do...
Maybe Act 4, boys?
Do expect...
Hand of Wisdom, Attribute Stacking,
Guten
Gemling.
Tag.
Davi, wow, guten Tag, good evening. How's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, good point. They'll fix armor and the broken ascendancy nodes. Yeah. I think armor and maybe even life needs a bit of a buff. Let's see what the predictions are here.
This to be a very big balance patch that's going to address a lot of the immediate issues that have arisen from the first month or so of Path of Exile 2's live servers, and there's a lot to address. So in this video, I'm going to give my predictions for Path of Exile 2 patch 0.1.1, 3 buffs and 3 nerfs. Let's begin with the buffs. For what it's worth, I don't expect
armor, warrior. We need warrior buff.
All too many buffs in this patch because I think player power is already too high, but that doesn't mean that some things aren't undertuned. Buff prediction number 1 is armor, and more specifically the armor formula used to calculate damage reduction.
Warrior rejoice.
Now, armor is a mechanic that's supposed to be useful to help mitigate the damage of lots of smaller incoming hits. It was never.
I feel there's also too much armor break in the game. Please don't nerf Hoa. I finally just got the build together today. Yeah, well, we don't know, man.
Designed as a tool to provide massive damage reduction against very big hits, but regardless of that, armor's usefulness in Path of Exile 2 is questionable because you're never really able to obtain enough of it for it to feel good in the current content you're running. And that's because the current formula that's being used to calculate damage reduction simply isn't providing enough mitigation to keep up with the progressing levels of damage from monsters as you ascend into higher and higher content. As I mentioned before, armor shouldn't be something you rely on to mitigate huge boss slams, but if you've invested into it, it should feel like a useful stat that feels like a worthwhile investment, and that's just not the case right now. I expect an improvement to the armor formula rather than any changes that would result in players obtaining more armor overall. Now, something that's interesting about the armor formula is that the current formula in PoE 2 is the same one that has existed in PoE 1 before it was improved in patch 3.16.
So what is the old armor value formula?
Surge League, during that huge overhaul to player defenses. The reason I find this interesting is that during ExileCon 2023, Crip asked Jonathan about flasks in PoE 2, and Jonathan remarks that he wasn't up to date with the PoE 1 flask affix system.
Dude, I love this shirt. Jonathan's shirt is amazing.
Change that had come into the game 2 years prior to that interview. So I think it's quite likely that this armor formula is just a remnant from old PoE 1 that slipped through the cracks and was supposed to be updated to the same formula that PoE 1 has currently, which would be a vast improvement.
Yep.
Now, second for the buff predictions is attack speed multipliers, specifically for mace skills. This one is in here for me because...
Dude, the warriors, man, the warriors.
Because I'm not convinced that GGG is going to budge on characters being able to move while using these skills. I think instead they may go another route and reduce the amount of time a character is locked in place while using mace skills.
Dude, look how long it takes him to attack, dude. I've been there.
So combat flow is overall improved. Personally, I prefer if they went with a more balanced approach to allow some skills the freedom to be able to move while using them during their wind-up, and keep other, more impactful skills that lock you in place. But they may just tweak the attack speed multipliers on mace abilities so they go off quicker, and see what happens with...
Oh my god, we're just looking at the warrior gameplay. I'm just like, oh dude, it feels so slow.
Player feedback thereafter. Regardless, I absolutely expect some word on mace skills in this patch, as general mace melee, without all of the gimmicks and bugs, feels pretty underwhelming, especially after all of the positive things they had to say about it pre-launch. And lastly, for the buffs, we have buff prediction number 3, which is towers in endgame mapping. Towers just feel awful to interact with.
They could just remove the need to run the tower completely, I feel, and just like unlock the tower, like when you path next to it, it's just unlocked and you can put a tablet in, so you don't have to run the tower.
Right now. You need to calculate the best approach to getting to a tower without expending...
Yeah, like here, if you clear this map, or like he cleared this map, so the tower would just be unlocked, and you can just put the tablet in, that's it.
Any of your good maps in that region so that you can then empower said good maps with precursor tablets. And on top of that, towers themselves have mediocre layouts and are boring to interact with.
And the range is still bugged and you can't see it like 90% of the time.
I think generally there's a lot of things they could do with towers to make them more fun, but the issues are more underlying and will require a lot of work to solve. Expect short-term improvements in patch 0.1.1, with more impactful overhauls coming later into early access. Now we're moving on to the nerf predictions, and for what it's worth, as I mentioned earlier, I think this patch is going to be a lot more nerf heavy than it is buff heavy.
Guys, it's so over.
And we're beginning with nerf prediction number 1, which is Magic Find. Now I think the change to Magic Find is going to be a very simple one. One line in the patch notes: item rarity no longer applies to currency drops. That's it. I think that's the only change they're going to make in regards to rarity. I think looking back at historical interviews with the devs discussing Magic Find, they like the concept of players trading power level for potential loot, and I doubt they're going to completely crush the system and remove it from the game. The real issue for Magic Find in comparison to PoE 1 is that rarity currently affects currency drops, and that massively affects the trade economy, and not in a good way. It feels bad to farm on a character with low or no item rarity, knowing that you could be missing out on currency drops upgrading to much rarer orbs. So I expect GGG to make currency drops static regardless of how much increased item rarity you have. And up next for the nerfs is prediction number 2, which is Grim Feast. So Grim Feast is a reservation skill that not only helps you to solve energy shield recovery while mapping, but also props up your defenses by providing up to double your energy shield as overflowed ES. I get the impression that this skill was intended as more of a way to solve recovery for energy shield rather than this extreme layer of EHP, especially considering how much worse energy shield recharges baseline compared to PoE 1, and how much you need to invest into that mechanic to make it feel good for general gameplay. Now there's a couple of ways they could go about nerfing this one, but knowing how they usually go about nerfing the really out of control mechanics, I think this one is going to get completely destroyed. It may even get the classic GGG triple tap. I expect a higher reservation cost for Spirit baseline, and I also think they'll lower the amount of overflowed ES you can reach to maybe 25 or 30% of your maximum ES on a level 20 gem. Additionally, they may even nerf the amount of ES recovered per remnant picked up, and overall, this skill is going to look very different come patch day. Lastly, for the nerfs, it is of course Archmage. This one is pretty self-explanatory, and I'm sure it's at the top of most people's expected nerf lists. Archmage is extremely overtuned to the point
the mana scaling is just nuts.
Where you actually just use this ability in builds that don't even invest a huge amount into mana, because it provides far too much damage scaling per 100 maximum mana. Now, GGG want this skill to be good for builds investing heavily into mana, and not just a shoo-in for a lot of caster builds. So expect Archmage to gain a lot less extra damage at lower mana investment, and potentially also have a higher mana cost for spells, so it's harder to utilize for builds with weaker mana sustain. And there you have it, my predictions for 3 buffs and 3 nerfs for patch 0.1.1 for Path of Exile 2. What are your predictions for the upcoming patch? Let me know by commenting below. Issue for Magic.
Okay, so how do you feel about this? A great video here. The Ream Core. He had like so many mechanic videos out there, man, that we watched even before the game launched. So do you feel like rarity will be fine if it just doesn't apply to currency no more? Like that's it, that's the only change? There are gonna be plenty of nerfs. Light Cool Whip with the T1 sub, my friend. Welcome in, yo. Thank you so much. That's great, my dude. Cassie's gonna be in the pool again, dude. That's right. Oh, that's gonna be so funny. Predicted buffs, armor formula, attack speed multipliers on maces and towers. Here's the video, you can watch it if you like. GGG will give Mage a fish rod for DPS. Maybe. You think rarity is fine as is? Was it even fully confirmed that it is gonna get you higher currency drops, basically? I think there was people like collecting like a big sample size. But was it that conclusive? Rarity feels fine. Wait, there was some... Is that like a video? I don't remember. I think we watched it. Soft cap on the currency part, yeah. Who was like the guy that made all the rarity videos? Let me see. PoE2 rarity. Mid-deer, was it this guy?
Well, moving on.
Yes, 5 days ago.
Hello all, I've collected way more data and information to share with you on increased rarity. First though, I want to clear up some confusion surrounding
quantity might be the bigger issue
in the test. And if you haven't already, you can see how I
this guy tested it all.
Conducted the test in my last video, which I'll link in the description below. Number 1. How did I remove map mechanics and tablet modifiers? First,
yeah, okay, he did.
You need way more than 80 maps of data. I know for sure that rarity makes currency rain from the sky.
I mean, that's a fair take. We do need more data to give us more insight into the stat.
Okay, most genius interneter. Not enough data. I equip rarity, big currency from the sky.
I'm actually working on getting more data right now. I'm curious.
But like, chat, do we know that rarity affects the currency?
Curious though, how are you so confident on how rarity works?
Well, my wife's wedding planner told me he got 3 divines after he put on 300% rarity on a fully juiced map.
Are you suggesting that anecdotal evidence on one map is more reliable?
No, you are an anecdotal. Also, I heard from my dog walker's boyfriend that these streamers like Fobgun and Empyrean Gaming are stacking rarity and printing 1000s of divines. Your data is useless. You gotta stack it more.
Alright, let's see what Empyrean Gaming has to say.
Just stack more rarity, bro.
Wrong info. I'm running tier 13 to 15 maps and currently finding 10 divines over a 10-hour session with the fastest
that sounds more likely, yeah.
build in the game. Not 10 divines per map. 10 divines per 25 to 30 of the juiciest maps you could make? I wonder where this misunderstanding came from.
It's on my screen.
Yeah, I'm mousing over every belt.
10!
Divines! What? Wait, what? These guys all think this is PoE 2? Because the YouTube Shorts algorithm just, you know, scrolling, and they think this is PoE 2. This is a 1-year-old clip from PoE 1. You can't even do this in PoE 1 anymore. Oh my god.
Okay, well, let's check in on
Also,
Fubgun.
the currency doesn't even drop like this, right? Like 10x divine warp, like what the fuck?
This is a 1-year-old clip from PoE 1. You can't even do this in PoE 1 anymore. Oh my god.
Idiots.
Okay, well, let's check in on Fubgun.
The increased rarity of items found, as you know, I've been saying, we're finding out more and more info about rarity, and in fact, rarity is really not that useful past like 200%. This also includes map rarity. The map rarity really isn't all that impactful. I've done like 300, 400% rarity maps, and it turns out they actually aren't even that impactful if you already have rarity in your character.
Well, moving on, let's go back to the topic of gear increased rarity and its interaction with map increased rarity. Rarity comes in 2 flavors. One is from the gear on your character, which you can see by opening up your skills, clicking this arrow, and scrolling down to the on kill effects. As you can see here, in this example, I have plus 100% increased rarity on my character. The other flavor I will call map increased rarity, which you can see while you're in a map by expanding the map and looking on the right side. Here I have 26% increased map rarity, which is coming from my Atlas tree. Now there's 2 big reasons why I now believe that these 2 numbers are multiplied together. The first is an interview Jonathan gave before the game was released.
Is rarity multiplicative or additive with map/monster rarity?
You mean so player rarity is
Yeah.
player rarity is multiplicative with the map rarity, yeah.
Okay.
So that's still the case.
I also had an idea to be
It makes it pretty strong for sure.
absolutely sure this was the case by using the item Venter's Gamble Gold Ring. This ring allows you to go into the negative rarity, which I thought would be interesting to use for testing, so I bought 2 of them. Increasing this further with the Belt of Ingenuity, I was able to get to negative 129% increased rarity on my character. Now, diving into 10 maps using this, I discovered that no rare items drop. And as for currency, from all the currencies in this top section here, I have only seen Transmutation and Augmentation drop after doing 10 maps and 7 breaches, which I will utilize this fact later when I go over the results of my 250 map test. So, my idea is that if a character and map rarity are multiplicative, then, if I go into a map with over 200% map rarity, I shouldn't see any of these higher currencies or any rare items drop. And so I did a map that had plus 286% increased map rarity and a breach. And as you can see, no rare items drop and none of the higher currencies drop. Now note, one rare item does come out of a clasp hand, but that works more like a chest and the rarity does not impact it.
That's a big breach. Man, Herald of
Next,
Thunder
let's dive
is
into
just
some
so
data.
crazy.
First, as a follow-up from the last video, I averaged out 250 item mod tiers from the 0 rarity gear and compared it to 250 item mod tiers from
But he's not looking at quantity much in this video, or not even at all.
the 300 rarity gear tests, and I found that the average was nearly identical, so I'm assuming rarity does not impact this. As for item level, it's based on the monster level and monster rarity, so nothing to report there. As for the tests themselves, I conducted them in the same way, but expanded each to be 50 maps, and also added another test for 50 increased rarity on gear, for a total of 250 map tests. I have all of this data in a Google Sheet now, so you can feel free to review it yourself. As you can see, I've corrected the total rarity value for each test by multiplying the gear and map values. I also no longer tracked gold or regular rare items, as it was slowing me down too much, and I wanted to prioritize map volume. Even with these speed increases, this test expansion took me 4 days of nearly non-stop.
Yeah. 4 days, man, just collecting this data. Dude. This guy is doing the God's work. This guy is literally doing the God's work. Here's the link. What a giga chat.
Testing. As with last time, the currencies like Transmutation and Augmentation did not vary much between the 5 tests. As you recall, these dropped even with negative 129% rarity. These currencies below I marked in yellow did not. We can safely assume that the drop chance on these currencies is dependent on increased rarity. I'm going to refer to these as the rarity currencies. Now individually, not that many drop, so it's hard to make definitive statements on a per currency basis. But that changes when you add these amounts together into a rarity currency total. I added these currency amounts up and also calculated a 95% confidence interval, which is represented by the white line in this graph here. The amount of rarity currency drops increases moderately up to the 150 total rarity mark, and then it really flattens out. While it's true we can't say whether or not divines drop in the same pattern.
Quantity, density, rarity.
Until I
the thing is, like, the only thing you can stack on your gear is rarity, right?
see evidence saying otherwise, I'm personally going to aim for around 150 total increased rarity for now. Now you may be thinking that seems like a lot, but keep in mind this is total rarity and not character rarity. Let's say you have 26% rarity from your atlas and 24% from tablets in the area. This would put your maps at 50% rarity. Combining this with 70% rarity on your gear will put you at a total of 155% total increased rarity. Now from my experience, a lot of people don't want to do math, so I made a total rarity calculator on my Google Sheet. Just make a copy of the sheet and you can use it yourself. Lastly, we have our tier 2 or higher rare items and uniques. Again, not enough drop to say definitively how these relate to rarity, but the amount doesn't seem to increase that much after the 89% total rarity test. I felt my mental slowly descending into darkness while doing these 250 tests, so I'm not planning to expand this particular dataset anytime soon. I'm currently pondering alternative testing ideas for testing the upper 800 to 1000.
The build looks pretty cool. Got a breach ring with 36 in, 27 dex, 15 all. Ooh, that's crazy. Yeah, what's the other 3 stats? Definitely price check it.
% rarity range. Also, I've had a lot of people ask me about my build, so I'll post a quick guide on that sometime soon. If you found this useful, you can help me out with the algorithm in the usual ways. Thanks for watching.
Alright, this is the video here. Yeah, so just like quantity. A lot of it. Person stacking quantity with 0 rarity will get way more currency than the person with 0 quantity and 300 rarity. Mana, 23 chaos, 5. Okay, yeah, these stats are really bad. You should probably price check it. Like, just search for the 3 stats and see what it's worth. But those ad stats are really bad, actually. You could always try to chaos it, but it's risky. 50-50 for the chaos. Mao Cabal with the prime. Thank you, man. Welcome in. Quantity is something on the maps. See if I can log in again. It's still ready. You're already tipsy. It's Sunday after all. That's right. Getting a little tipsy. My internet is just so bad today. It's fucked up. Oh, we can play. We're stuck in Act 5. So you mean like Cruel Act 2? You definitely try to follow a build guide. I don't know which class you're playing. We did finish this map. More confidence? What do you mean confidence? More knowledge, yes. Yeah, we talked, Rack, me and this. We had like a meeting off stream, we talked about it, and it was mainly a miscommunication error. We should have just communicated directly from the beginning, and then we did. And here are the statements if you want to check them out on our X accounts. And yeah, moving on.
Charged arrow.
Love you, boys. Thanks, man. Let's go. Okay, we can go to 67 now. Don't really want to do Agori again. Yeah, I'll check the quiver link. I really want to get frozen. Okay, it's the end of the tower, boys. So, where's the citadels? You guys know? Just find the citadels.
Nature's fury.
Nature's fury. There's aggories everywhere, man. Well, but this one ends.
Sorry.
Did I just forget? Did you add the link for the quiver again, Mercy? Too weak. What's my highest level char? 97 gemling. We just started the ranger. I think he's like 97 and he has like 20%, but it takes forever. Or it takes very long to level up at least.
Return to death.
When is the live stream? There's a timer on the very top. It's in 1 hour and 20 minutes. 2 PM. That's the quiver. Okay, so but what's the priority on the quivers? Like, what should I look out for? In 50x, that's pretty cheap. Does Fabgun have on his view? Damage with bow. Projectile speed. I mean, why does this one cost like twice? Bow damage and attack speed. Okay, yeah. Maybe I'm just gonna go for the cheapest one, dude. Like, is this one a bad deal for 50x? I can just start playing immediately. That's kind of low attack speed, but it's a good deal. $36. I wish all the maps had rarity and quantity, of course. You wish. How much can you get here? Damn. So this stuff is really important. These are a bit more expensive though when I go with 50. Yeah, they cost like 50, man. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm just gonna get the... like this budget one. I have to get feather fletching. What do I do? I think I'm just gonna get the one for 50x. It's like the cheapest one. I have like 1.5 divines spent then on this build.
Storming arrow.
There's still so many pigs, dude. Let's have all these pigs. Hey, Hidden, thanks for the 2 months, man. Welcome in. Get the mirror one? I don't have a mirror.
Love the build you back quote they shown so far, that are possible. Makes Poe 2 very fun. Hope there will be good news in the patch notes.
Hell yeah, thanks man for the support. I think there will be some good news, but there will also be some nerfs, as at least it was like the community is expecting. Yeah, I don't know how crazy it'll be though. Okay, so how much damage are we gonna... Not even that big a difference. But once I change the quiver, it will be. Okay, map is also done. How long till the info? 1 hour, 20 minutes. There's a timer on top.
Yes. I'll be here.
Okay, this one goes back to leveling. still can't put these in.
Shocking.
Shocking. Okay, that probably also means we can lose at least 15 gems. Let's go back into guild stash. Didn't see the timer? No problem, man. Lots of people don't see the timer, man. So the most important stat is damage with both skills. A decent filler for 50. Well, then let's get this, because I can just play now. The guy's here. But he might not be here. It's just a bit low on the ball skill. Why are you playing this game? Dude, we talked, it's all fine. There's a statement here. Oh, he's here. Let's see how it's gonna go with this Scripper. Dude, can I put this up here again? Why did it move? Yup, thanks. Should I play PoE or Diablo? I mean, you can play whatever you like. They're gonna go back here. Ranged. Yeah, I want to like avoid as many of the mechanics as possible. Well, I guess we can play here. No, dude. I'm not sure if we can try a breach map soon. It makes sense to upgrade cast on shock. How much int do you usually have on these characters? Like 120? And ball lightning as well, right? 95. $119. So it just upgrades it, right? Yeah. So what do levels on cast on shock do? Increased energy gained. Okay, we can upgrade these all. Okay, and then we should also upgrade with these, right? Does it even do increased energy gained? I don't know what's the best one to. Is it this one? It goes like up quite a bit slower. I think I can pretty much upgrade them all, right?
Nature's fury.
I still have so many of them. Yeah, that's nice. They're not really expensive anyways. Okay, I'm thinking I can go like a bit higher now. Like tier 5? I have no idea. Let's see how T5 goes. I was about to say I finished the map, no? Okay, so here I'm pretty good on having some juicy stuff. I can go up here. But yeah, for now I pretty much lost damage. Compared to the Quiver setup. Oh yeah, I can swap the passive on the amulet. And these chaos dudes.
Storming arrow.
Storming arrow. The mana on kill is so good, dude. Yeah, I need to see what Essence of the Mountain does. Yeah, I think I need like cold damage more, and more cold damage. You'll probably watch Fabgan's video. He made like a video about the build at some point at least. It looks so like you can, yeah.
Overcome.
Nah, I just have random rings. Well, not completely random. really interested in doing this. But you need flat damage cold everywhere? No. You're there triggered. I think I have that. Wait, let me check. Cold infusion here. And lightning infusion here. I have that. But do I need flat cold damage or something? Because... yeah, I don't have any.
Storm point.
We can watch Fatman's video. Probably not the recent one because that's gonna be like a bit out of budget. Flat cold damage. Okay. That explains it then. Wanted to click it. Fucking can't click it. Way too annoying.
Quick and lethal.
Right. Link. Oh. Oh, I fucking froze. I was watching the chat for 1 second, man. They almost ganged up on me. So what is this? Dead link, bro. Just gotta link up for Barbarian damage. That's right. You also don't really have many or any ES nodes. Now when the freeze procs, the Herald of Ice is really like really goes wild.
In my sights.
How is he not getting melted? Okay, bam. Oh, there's uncut spirit gem here. I do take that shit. Barbarian damage. Hell yeah. 1 Barbarian. Cold chaos.
On.
Okay, right, so If I get that node, I still need... the duels are a bit too expensive. I don't have any flat code on anything, but I also have Essence and ATD. Okay, we can look at the video from Fabgun maybe. But it is Fabgun, and it is first thing I see 70 divines per hour. That's purely one. Yeah, this Herald setup, right?
Hey guys, so I want to go over this Chain Herald Explosion setup for the Lane Hour Deadeye. I'm still sick in this video, so just keep that in mind if I sound off. Yeah, essentially, I got this tech I saw from Don the Crown, and I thought, well, he's using it on a monk, and why can't I just use it on
we don't know when the patch is coming.
a ranger? And it turns out you can just do the same tech on a ranger and get these insane chain explosions of Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder.
This looks good,
As you can see here, it is quite juicy
look like
how
that for me yet.
much this actually changed. It goes off screens, goes around corners, one shot, you just kill everything around you.
Okay,
it's pretty satisfying and it's pretty good. So yeah, let me go over the setup, how you can do it for your build as well. I've also updated the Moalytics guide down below if you want to see that. So what is this new setup? So it's essentially Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice chain off of each other. So essentially the downside of Herald of Thunder is that it cannot shock. And the downside of Herald of Ice, it cannot freeze. But Herald of Ice can shock, and Herald of Thunder can freeze. So the idea here is that you're going to make a Herald of Thunder always freeze, and you're going to make a Herald of Ice always shock.
Yes.
This is why in a Herald of Thunder setup, we have Cold Infusion, which makes you do a 50% less lightning damage, but you get as extra cold damage on your Herald of Thunder, because you want this to freeze. We also have Glaciation here, right? In Herald of Ice, we have Lightning Infusion. So essentially, we're trying to swap the elements here. We're trying to make our Herald of Ice pure land damage. We're trying to make our Herald of Thunder pure cold damage. In attempts to essentially make Herald of Thunder always freeze and make Herald of Ice always shock. So they constantly chain off each other. In theory, this is a constant chain and it'll forever keep going as long as there's monsters it can keep hidden. So there's no limit to this, which is why it's extremely
We just need to figure out how to freeze more.
strong, and it's why sometimes you can get massive, like 2 screens of explosions going off on each other. It's quite insane. It's so insane actually that I dropped my cast on freeze setup because it's just not needed anymore. The clear speed is way better than it was before. So yeah, this build has got even better. So one thing to note though is that because you are using stuff like Cold Infusion and Glaciation on your Herald of Thunder, this does mean you can't use it on Light Arrow. This means your build has to have enough cold damage at a base value to actually make this work. Usually what this includes is having a Against the Darkness with damage extra cold damage, or going into the starting area for Monk and grabbing stuff like Essence of the Mountain with the freeze build up. You need a freeze build up and cold damage to make this build work.
So I need both.
Because you cannot use Cold Infusion on your Light Arrow or Glaciation on your Light Arrow, which is what I recommended to actually, freeze stuff. So do keep that in mind. You probably can't play this straight off into maps.
Yeah, right,
you probably have to have some sort amount of gear, maybe some flat cold damage on your rings, quiver a bow. You don't need on all the pieces. Like I said, I can't say how much you actually need. Just keep in mind, you do need enough cold damage and freeze buildup to actually make this work. Yeah, that's essentially the TLDR of the setup, how it's going to work. You're just making a Herald of Thunder freeze, you're making a Herald of Ice shock, and they just keep chaining off each other consistently. Something to note is that this I'm anointing right here, Doomsayer, increased AoE, it's very nice. I'm anointing it currently. You can also grab these AoE notes, and they are optional. And as a side note, I did fully update the Moalytics guide, the tank setup, the Uber Endgame setup, and the MF Endgame. The Endgame and starter versions don't have this tech because I don't think these setups will have enough cold damage at the start to actually make this
this is my problem right now.
Work. Definitely not the starter setup. Maybe the endgame setup if you have enough gear, you can definitely do this. But yeah, check out one of these setups. The tank setup is definitely the easiest one to do this because the tank setup actually goes to the monk starting area and you get an Essence of the Mountain and Essence of the Storm, so increased chance to shock and increased chance to freeze build up would massively.
But then I would still need cold damage, right? Yeah, I got a link to this video, sure. I just want Fabgun. Yeah, we're just learning this new build.
help this sort of like build, because you do need that freeze build up. Yeah, do check out the Momolytics guide. The buff updated with the new skill gems now.
Okay.
Some updated descriptions as well.
But so I need cold damage.
Well, I think that
like even
that's mostly about it, about this setup. You're still playing the exact same build as before. You can now just drop cast on freeze. You don't really need cast on freeze anymore. So you can just permanently have cast on shock on, or do other things, and your clear just becomes way better than that before. The chain heralds are absolutely insane, especially.
I mean, we'll wait before we make any type of like big trades before until the patch, which is gonna be in like 1 hour actually. Every class is stealing the monk skill tree. Oh, Wang, yeah, they do, man. It's just because it's so good. That's what I did. Yeah, tank setup first from Fabgun. Okay, let me see this again. Yeah, Herald might get gutted. Tank setup. Yeah, okay, but we need cold damage then. Fuck. Cold damage on bow. Yeah, he's using Grim Feast to not when we're not fighting the boss. I mean, we could put that on as well, right? So we need a spirit gem. Can only be like 15 or something. Okay, it's a bit too high requirements. So Grim Feast with cannibalism and clarity. Okay. What's it called? Oh, double N. Okay. And then I just switch like this on bosses. Well, that sounds easy enough. Okay, then we change the skill tree. And then we need cold damage. That's gonna be a bit fucked up. Oh man, this is gonna change a lot. Okay, this is way different. Fuck. It's like everything is different. Okay, well, we need to do this first. I don't know what I need to go for. Hopefully Dex or Int. goes like this.
It's changed to speak. Winds.
So this. It goes like here. I already know what the priority is gonna be here. So this. I might not have enough points. He's not picking up any of these.
Change direction.
Yes.
No, I only have 2 left. Yeah, I don't know what the priority is here. I'm just missing so many points right now. I guess these ones. Okay, but we still need cold rest, right? Cold damage. Maybe one of my breach rings just coincidentally has it. Let's see. Fire, physical, fire, and raw. Okay, maybe I should get a ring. It's basically like almost no cold, right? Where can I see? Is there like a percentage? Yeah, like nothing. 2k. Yeah, I have 200. That's why it's so bad. I basically have none. I can check for a ring. So what should the rings have? Hey my friend, hey Gianni Play, hey how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I need a ring with high cold damage, I guess. I pretty much have none nowhere. Took me a few minutes to finding someone at 14 diffs. That's pretty sick. Oh, Wang, my name is with an underscore. Or just add Rob in the hood. Don't even think I need rest at the moment. rest kind of fine. However, I do need Orb of Storms. What does it need? Wait, this one doesn't give int. Send your friend request. Let's go. Which jewel? Maybe I should get the jewel. Let's buffer in a sec. 2 divine drop, 1 click. Let's see that. I even made a clip. Let's go. That's pretty cool. That looked like some big pops. That's good. New class coming soon. Ooh, yeah, maybe. Maybe. We don't know for sure yet. Okay, we got a ring of cold, yeah. I'll check that in a bit. We shall see. My voice is quiet compared to the music. Okay, yeah, I just bumped up the music. My bad. Don't go so crazy on the music. Did you stream this a bit? No mercy? Oh, I forgot EU. Dun, dun. New filter. He just posted one. You can make your own. I'm using the strict one. He posted it on X, right? Oh, but you should just be able to go to filter. You can filter yourself here. There are many really cool ones you can use. Yeah, I have mana on kill already. Yeah, I made this one 7 hours ago. You can get like a ton of different ones here. Create new filter. You can choose how strict you want it to be. And then you just rock with that. That's pretty cool. Excuse me. Mana Licha. Filter might not updated for console. Yeah, but it's not up to him. Like, they can't update it right now. Oh, there's even a new update. Hell yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna like fully invest into this Ranger. Gesundheit, thanks. The stream is in a bit. Waiting on GGG. Yes, yes. Not so long to wait. Are there gonna be drops for the stream?
Give me a minute.
I don't think there will be, right? The stream is in a bit. Oh, why do I hear myself? I do not like to hear myself. Might need to wait a bit. Yeah, exclamation mark filter. It's on. It's on. I can maybe like trade you one ring for cold damage. There's good stats for a ring. Cold damage. Yeah, maybe it's gonna be faster actually if I check like this. One divine. This one also has life. Oh wait, I forgot the rarity. So one divine. It's gonna be mainly the decks. I don't know if I have enough stats. Okay, I think I'm gonna get a snack before it goes. Yeah, I think I just need that ring to check if it works then. I think it is still a bit low. Can also lower these a bit. I still have so many of the breach rings when I crafted. Is this working? I don't think the text to speech is working for that. LA all the way into Endgame, man. Yes, 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 yes. Oh. Looking forward to the coming update for PoE 2. Hell yeah. Season 7 and this. I think I just need the ring.
Is this working, Tilda?
Oh, it is working. There we go. It's just a bit delayed. Did we see a lot of Huntress gameplay? PoE 2. Okay, let's try off this. Okay, but what do I need? But I don't have any strength? What the fuck?
A shift in my training can't hurt.
Didn't realize I had no strength. Don't know what are we gonna do with this ring. Do I need this? I think I'm okay with my amulet though. I don't think I need this. Also has mana. I'm good. I have enough strength now. Okay, but we still don't have nowhere near enough cold damage. I don't need this amulet. I think I'm okay. I mean, 12, 11. No thanks. I think it's good. For now, I just need to figure out how much coal we got. But thank you. Sell individual. So. So we can do another T5. Hell yeah. Looking good. Okay, we just need a bit more cold damage. That's gonna be okay. Okay, I'm gonna be right back a sec, guys. Just gonna go bathroom and then we're almost ready to go with big announcement. Against the Darkness Jewel. How much does that go for? I think it's pretty expensive, no? You know, they might just nerf it in an hour, so we'll definitely wait. Half an hour, actually. Half an hour, big nerfs. Eventually. 12 diff. I need to filter for what? Cold? Man, there's so many. Notable passive skills and radius grant cold damage. That one, right? Is it not like a link? What time is the stream at? It should be in 35 minutes. Actually, are they going to stream on their official channel as well? Mech Gremlin. Let's see.
Strong feelings about the questions listed, ask it. So if you have strong feelings one way or another, then it would make sense that you cover that one.
Yeah, it starts in 30 minutes, guys. It's gonna be pretty soon. On your Discord under tips. Oh, thanks for posting it, man. So wait, PoE tips. It's not under the PoE 2 section. Class and tips, Ranger. No Mercy made some trade links for Lightning Arrow. Okay. That's pretty cool. Hopefully they don't nerf energy shit, I just switched to it, yeah. Hopefully not. Anything like that, it's fun. Ooh. How do I filter for cold damage on Against the Darkness? On the trade side. It should be like this, yes? Yeah, Monk is crazy. You can't search for this? Wait, really? Fuck. What's the other set I need on it? Oh, there's a lot of cool stuff actually. Take the script on PoE 2. Wait, where do I put this? I see your stuff here, this one, right? No, what script? Okay, but I'll be right back a sec. I'm just gonna get a snack for the stream. Here we 30 minutes. Rickroll. Oh, you like my brother, huh? Can you get into the Discord server? Yeah, exclamation mark Discord. Oh, posted it already. Nice, man. Okay, so I still don't understand how to filter at Mercy. I mean, I can filter by recent. %. Maybe just DM me. Okay, but where do I have to copy paste this? Make sure to set a reasonable buyout price. Paste the script below. I have no idea where I even put this. Oh man, that's cool, yo. So Cold and Lightning. But on the website? Just paste it here or what? And then what? Like this? That's pretty smart, yeah. Was this the right thing? Do I have to press enter or something? Is it running? Yeah, that's pretty smart. In the white area. Where do I paste it? But I can't paste anything here. Just won't let me. Don't paste code into the dev console that you don't understand or haven't reviewed. Oh. Okay. I should probably look only for cold, yes? Yeah, that's pretty sick though. It's also gonna work on this. I don't think this guy's gonna sell it. Or do I need anything else? Hey, what is this? Why does it like read so weird? But the other stat doesn't really matter or what? I mean, even this one seems very cheap then. I guess this is just like price fixing. But I didn't pull the buyout price. Yeah, but why does it only show 2 of them? And now it's gone again. Yeah, I don't think it will work like this. Let's try this. Thanks for the link. It's funny, man. People actually like selling identified. JavaScript filtering, big brain, yeah. World, man. What a guy. Yeah, I don't know how this helps me, though. None of this really does. I need better filtering.
Charged arrow.
I still don't have enough cold damage though. Did I switch? Yeah, we did so. Okay, sometimes it triggers now. Okay, so we just need way more cold damage. Yeah, I'll get a new bow once I'm like level 70 or something. Man, these arcane things are so crazy. Or chaos things. They look like arcane, but basically chaos. Well, it's already a lot better, so we just need more cold damage. Yeah, the cold explosions are so cool. And then we'll just get them on every attack later on. Yeah, I mean, just adding this cold damage feels like it like tripled my clear speed. Yeah, we'll just get a new arrow soon. New quivers, a new weapon soon. New bow. What the fuck? Oh wait, maybe they'll just nerf all the herald stuff. Which nerfs are coming today? We don't know yet. We will know in 20 minutes. Yeah, this is more like it, man. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, yeah, but changing this to cold is like such a big difference, though. Also a bow here. I'm gonna level up real quick, should be enough. Should I just get some more cold and it'll go like way up again. Gonna be nice. Yeah, I hope so too. But it doesn't like sync with before. I don't think it will, but you know, it's like you never. Should we try something with experience? Six, 8. I think we maybe should try a breach. It might kill me though. Let's try a breach map. Maybe it's gonna be fun. I think with the ES in mind. 50x twink bow? Yeah, maybe you can link it to me. Rob in the hood. Rob in the...
Storm point!
I don't think cold damage on it though. Nah, 50 is fine. Can't pause and look. No, but I think the one I have is better than this. Thanks. I mean, it's pretty much going right now. Too weak. Oh, but Ranger will be so cool, man. Like if I like get explosion, no mercy, you're at the point where you get this on every hit, right? The ice proc. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. Yeah, I just need a new bow. It's crazy good, yeah. There was supposed to be a breach in here, right? Okay, I hope it's gonna work.
Storming arrow.
Needs to trigger more, man. I would blast these guys. I just need to shoot a few too many times.
Blatant cheating. Firstly, picking up things off the ground that monsters dropped. Secondly, slotting skill gems. All the cool players in my game play maps unhanded. Admit if this is cheating. Too soon? Kappa.
Too soon. Just free. Not even touching keyboard. Wait, what does this thing do on the filter now? Oh wait, so even with all it's like this small? Wait, what is this new filter, man? It looks so funny. Oh, we got the big one as well. My bow is really bad. My bow. Yeah, if you press all the shit loots more. Yeah, that's true. Well, that's gonna be very nice, yeah. It's a lot of mana.
I'll be here, waiting.
Okay. Do we have 16 gems now? Hell yeah. Okay, but it's basically starting now. Quantity. One additional random fortifier. I don't know if these are still selling at some point. Why do I put these here? They are like giga garbage. Okay. Let's see, let me close a few things. The stream should be starting anytime soon, right? Did I understand this correctly? They are not on the official channel. They are just right here. Okay, 7 minutes, boys. It's gonna be lit. They're about to start. Okay, wait, where will I go? I'm gonna go... like down here. Yes. Okay, yeah, this is then gonna be on the M stream. Right here. Soon TM, boys. Giga announcement. Turn music off? Yeah, I mean, once it starts, but it hasn't started yet. Yeah, I can turn it off right now, but what are you talking about?
Let me just check to make sure it's all properly set up. Yeah, it looks.
No, they're just waiting. Okay, I think we can do one more map.
Nature's fury.
Nature's fury. I mean, it feels like a ton of fun now. I think we need like tier 7 or 8. And shatter they shall.
Hello.
At least we can run the tower. There's PoE Twitch. Can you link it? I don't see them online even. Following the announcement. Okay, after this tower, we'll go on stream. Okay, man, I already love the build with the Herald of Ice, dude. No Mercy, that was such a game changer. I just need more cold damage. If they don't completely nerf it, we'll get the jewel later. Oh, it's live since 2 minutes. Okay. I think I'm actually going to close the game. It's going to be a bit better on everything.
If that happens, you can watch it on Ghazi's TV's channel. The main PoE channel is restreaming my stream, so if my stream goes down, their stream's going to go down, so you would have to go to Ghazi in that scenario, and then he would carry on the interview from there. That's everything. Starts in 2 minutes.
All right,
Thanks
2 minutes, boys.
For being
Let's hear
here, and we'll do our best not to choke.
Good luck with that.
Not to joke? What?
Right.
No jokes, boys. Okay, I'm gonna get one more snack and then we're ready. Baby.
Okay. Deep breath.
You nervous?
No.
Yeah.
Not really. Like we've done it a few times with, especially with these guys as well.
Yeah.
Not really nervous. It's always a lot of pressure when it comes to making sure that we make sure the community's heard. That's the only. I'm not nervous, but concerned that we're not going to be able to do the community justice.
I mean, pretty much all the questions are from the community, so.
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can and then some.
Okay, 1 minute. Just remember, mute your mic when we go full screen with the review, so we don't accidentally talk over it for the VOD.
Will do.
Okay, 1 minute. T-minus 1 minute, boys.
Check Discord.
Okay. Oh, also, there will be, after the video release in 40 seconds, there's going to be like a 5-minute downtime while we get technical stuff set up. So it's going to be on like black screen, just so you guys know, for a few minutes. But that's like pretty normal. So just heads up for the people watching. Okay. 25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as I play the video here in 10 seconds, you're going to need to let me know. I will have to open the chat for this here. You guys are going to need to let me know how the audio is. Okay? If it needs to go up or down, just as a heads up. Okay, with that being said, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Muting mic.
Yo, what is this login then?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week, we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1.
Okay.
This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet. In this video, we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly, or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here.
Yeah, no league very much.
First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps. Alpine Ridge,
that's cool.
Sinking Spire, Bluff, and Mesa. We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring. We're now also spawning more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate.
Oh, that's sick.
We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool. Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster,
Wait, it's not me.
have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps, and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved. Stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies. Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode.
Nice, yeah, the fucking
Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas, done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it. For other endgame content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the expedition and ritual bosses.
Nice, that's big buff.
For Ritual, we've made omens now appear in the Ritual tribute window 60% more often. For Expedition,
This is not me, by the way.
we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on. Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find. To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right?
Yeah.
Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other pinnacle content as well over time.
Nice.
Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realise that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too, when you have some great uniques to use. We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to
I think this is better.
is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable. Now, as we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander role now does a lot less damage. Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing. Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can.
It's coming, boys.
The 0.1.1 will be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger,
The Song of the Exiles.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
You play music now, boys.
and plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
Holy shit, that was a lot.
All right, so there you have it. Pretty awesome. We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview.
Dude.
So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it'll just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us one moment here.
Okay. Did we miss anything? No nerfs so far, right? Let's play music. Oh, wait. Man, not a single nerf so far. Maps more rewarding. 4 more towers. More bosses. 25% of maps have a boss. Did he say they won't nerf it? Did he say that? I don't think I didn't hear that, Myth. Yeah, date. They didn't say a date yet, right? Yeah, economy resets. We already kind of knew this one though, right? Like they did say this before. Armor buff. Economy reset mean that we're basically gonna have a ladder, a new league, however you want to call it. Did they say that runes can be overwritten? I forgot that. Did they say runes can be overwritten? That's pretty huge. Well, they might still nerf stuff, like we don't have the patch notes yet. Yeah, that would be a good question. Waste on tap. Yeah, they didn't really say exactly. We have to wait until we have the patch notes. They didn't say exactly what they're gonna change on armor.
Of audio now. Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here,
Works, boys.
I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick, just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right, and then lovely co-host Gazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay,
excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction, and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again, as much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes. But yeah, no, it's really good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit. Not too long, but just a little bit. And now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year. So it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah. Lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
It seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But yeah, the thing now is of course going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have you know, like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content
I hope
patch.
that's the first thing
after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the, you know, in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own to see how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So,
So I mean, that's good, but yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful, say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So, having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now, people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on like this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character. Like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the Endgame was where we got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that Endgame had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so like you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map, you've run it and you're like, I didn't get anything back from it. So the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas like a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE 1 were just like happily sustaining maps. And so yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Val Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it, so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like obviously you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that are just inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then again, now using this other thing where it's those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the,
I mean,
sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every
The bad
2
case
seconds.
of this though is definitely the tower map, because it was it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. Like that was really urgent to address, because it's like because it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Bit of visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps
open,
a lot.
less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's Sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's Sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's Sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone Sustain. And so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you can do. And killing bosses will give you, upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. Like but I guess I sort of like, I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty in dying, and like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself, and I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of wealth that you've found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that is on us because we need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like there's quite a lot to that. And that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that. And I don't know that we're quite ready to understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next questioner.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so, you know...
Or different, that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can, or sometimes don't, provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, you know, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. You know, it's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, you know, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that, even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, like,
yeah,
for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we were going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right? And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to, why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and like we were like, are we gonna, like, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just like promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. Yeah, effectively, there's like a little bit of trickiness around each one to like just work out all the states of everything. Like, I mean, if you're looking at like just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just, you know, someone has to do it, is like for the Breach one, for example, we have to decide, like, okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, like, you can't reset the whole map, because then you'd get the drops from the Breach a second time. So then it's like, okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means we have to like do someone has to go write some code to like make the Breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and, you know, it's just like random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that like it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like, someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just, you know.
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done, because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. But for the logbook and for the Breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that, like, you know, respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, you know, get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome. So cool. Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened?
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to so we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, you know, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and
they were one shot.
Those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you'd be like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people would just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards.
While looting.
So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other two. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
speaking
the
of
3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous.
The corpses, boys.
Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know. Yeah,
all right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It's just RNG. I did catch
it's just
the video,
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the centers, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So, but basically, all that is literally just that there. Where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell where the that's not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. Effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. That we actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before.
I wonder how big
seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter instead of those here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. I think because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly. But the bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively, what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content, and effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out there were some anomalies around what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of somewhat random things about how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could occasionally,
but whatever. The point is there was a few things like that that were going on, and we effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about high end, high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, tier 1, you actually mean tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. But yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is, in some cases it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that, because I think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that. Yeah, it is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier relatively soon. But again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this, because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the
number.
reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that. But then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway.
Yeah, probably,
and like
yeah.
I don't know, that was the original thinking behind that. But whatever. Like it might be less confusing if T1 meant no, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like probably,
enough.
yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text, UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, yeah, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then tested and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And you know, we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in the, this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. You know, people often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, was a question I was asking about. What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Live is great again.
Well, I know you were saying, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness did surprise you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, like I had my whole like, okay, obviously people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, you know, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster, because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like, oh, like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously, there's going to have to be some changes because, like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that, like, we actually have an understanding now of, like, what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first, like, true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it sort of there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset, because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like, you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that in terms of like how it evolves that way. So that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer. But that is also what we're working on in the background as well, is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but I don't, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like, that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like fix things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of like the the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
People look into things, I think, a little bit too much. Okay.
There's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
So there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, absolutely during early access there'll be new. Leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there, but it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well, as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now.
Like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not alright, right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address. But ideally in such a way where it still leaves the build perfectly viable. It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. Right. We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the economy/league reset kind of point.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website, and we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it. And this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate, like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts, and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally, rather than being rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change.
Dang, man.
And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream. Like, we literally don't know what happened here. Like, the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to trade on full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this. to sort this out. So all of that is to say that like, yeah, we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like, we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like, we're going to audit, make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like, that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, you know, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. So yeah, all of that really sucks, and especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't like easily find out what even freaking happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But yeah, that seems to be what occurred.
So just to quickly, for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like. Because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like, we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our freaking support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that, because, you know, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But yeah, like, that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm like completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so like, it's kind of one of those things where, like, yeah, we will do it, but like, we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And like, and it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of like, okay, so like, someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? Like, you know, the two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about like, what personal information can they give you? And then now it's like storing personal information, and then like, what's the GDPR implications of that? And like, there's just like, it's just like a whole rabbit hole of just like random policy stuff that all kind of like comes around to that stuff. So yeah, effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. So you can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there, because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' you know, guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? So that one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything. So appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs you know, the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes, so if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, you know, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So like, that's like, I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got like you know, like releases that are fairly large, that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual, like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, you know, we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like, so we want to be able to do the balance patch, addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that, people actually come back and play it and like that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay. Next month.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this, but I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because like if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like so there would be so imagine we release one act, right? It's like how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like like it's kind of just weird, right? And like
it's true.
So like from that perspective, it's like we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this, and it's like. And what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like. You say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So I guess you'll see when we do our next we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with.
They would never say this.
Yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then. So the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, like compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all. And which is like a position you can take. And I don't know that I necessarily, agree with that position, but it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work. And ultimately, the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which, you know, like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean, that's kind of where it's at, really. There's definitely more to look into here, though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how, but then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things and we pick what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, you know, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, you know, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, you know, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more, honestly, to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live, people like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which,
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern, like, this week, because of the fact that, like, there's other things that we think, you know, like, we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like, that's the kind of, you know, our focus right now. Which, I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where, like, it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because, like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So that's I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
rarity. I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity, but you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency; it increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you don't care about, like, whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but, you know, you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to, say, roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like, that's certainly a problem, in which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looks fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure.
because of the
No, yeah,
pseudo
well,
quantity.
absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, yeah, I sort of often say, like when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So, speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So, let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-game play loop, or warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, a first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in in-game?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But we do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed, that every other class is getting, and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end-game warriors that are certainly being played, and I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having to use the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy, I'm going to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. Aside from things like, the Hammer of the Gods just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're gonna die in one shot no matter what.
On the radar.
You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the Mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the Warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that. There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where like white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with, and so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like, have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like the strength characters effectively need to have around defense. And so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like Wind Dancer's universally just better than Scavenge Plating as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider that. Evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like. It's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and energy shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like I played Warrior 91st, that was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
what do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah. I mean, you are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure.
Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But yeah, there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much do ailments matter against the player, and that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. The next time you get slowed, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows. And so it doesn't even work against them, and like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
yeah, it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players, at least. It's like, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love, for sure. So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? It feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well. Sure. So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's no harm in it now, at least.
All right, we're gonna move over to another topic, which is speaking of belts and trading the unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we'll talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's RogPog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like one thing, of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like, I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there, and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we were we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one. Like, with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and, like, we could be happy as far as, like, what it would let you do. And that, like, there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism. And so that, like...
Which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure. So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because crafting would always get you something better. Like that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said, if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing.
I then we're
adding, what I would say,
like, what about the date?
Greater essences are too rare right now.
There's no date.
And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular.
And no nerfs.
I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se. It's lack of options to craft with, because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called exalted divining, and whatever we're doing with the items.
Harvest.
It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly. Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items. Because right now you drop an item, and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind the omens, that's a different topic, which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading, but the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNG in the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that, like, I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. But because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
That's good. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of, rather than the divines.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them, and the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now costs 50 divines, if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price of
a divine is
the value of a divine is going
up.
up.
The item value, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
We need a lot more.
We do.
Is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for an
and of course, the thing in PoE1 where things were priced in that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not many.
Right, not many.
Not many.
Astromentis.
Yeah,
those are like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on Avengers Gamble, so it's like. That's literally gambling. But like in PoE1, we have the option of metacrafting being a currency sync for divine orbs. Former exalted. So it creates this natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that, like, even players that plays a lot, I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with a subathon and everything. Like, I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like, it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about you're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
we
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so hopefully,
yes, but I mean,
to some degree. I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine syncs, and then I suspect the answer also is additional syncs of currency.
But they said no new content, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
So I don't think they're going to be talking about
new
classes.
So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm going to try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're going to talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Is Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most? Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like, you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them. That is the thing. But it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming. Whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like, let's say the Ritual Expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, either this, and then you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the, you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. And you can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the Breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in Breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
like
about.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Like
so
actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So yeah, like that There was a joke if we could reduce Breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So, you know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want like
the edge of the map.
What I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve
especially
them.
Expedition.
And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments.
That's more about the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? Simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with
so we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like, we're not happy with how the quest, the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like, we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like it just needs more of a
and
feeling
I don't mean
of
random ones.
yeah.
I mean like actual ones.
Yeah,
You know, still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to end game and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting, and like in order for us to fix that we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. And so there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more basically just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame of like it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different from campaign to end game. And as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here. Because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression at least. After you go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually, I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And, it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do. Right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to.
Yeah, at least like a quest.
And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things. We can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going, sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff. And then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard and they're dying. And so, it's not as friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this. And now I'm just like obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those like story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just like map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, kind of random stuff. What am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, But again, PoE 1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people that know how to blast, they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are kind of learning the game, getting into the end game, that might get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one Porto state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one Porto defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. I think we sort of decided because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're going to try and that's kind of where we came to well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll make sure that that's something, because that's actually something we've got true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing,
I like that too.
To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also it's kind of an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not ultra powerful, and then you get into maps and you're immediately sprung on heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map, and you're well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another, aside from just maybe playing a bit more carefully, or not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map.
Lose the map.
We remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. So for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? That would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where like you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution. Like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to like have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So yeah, like I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah, I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right. Like for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay? Let's just.
I feel like his minion section always gets cut close.
Damage with time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE1 because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Know that one.
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE1 route where it's a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster and, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
it's tricky because generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid. I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things, and I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE1, and it's like this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to normalize everything, and I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like we started in PoE2 with a lot of things having like going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE1. And ideally we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. It's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that the thing with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does, but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
It
that
wasn't
is
how it was
not
intended to
how
be,
that
how
is
it was.
meant to work.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the...
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy of a look. And then I was like, okay, but
fact checkers in the chat,
I'll
boys.
confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
bleed was actually supposed to be like an
supposed- yeah.
anti-mage mechanic, not a like, you know, like as in like you can bleed someone past their energy shield. So
Well, if,
like that
if
was kind
you
of
are
the
right,
idea. There, so.
and I'm wrong,
Yeah.
then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So,
well, again,
we could easily be wrong. Like it's amazing
it also
how
could be
It's
that it has been
Quinn's fault,
changed
really.
internally and not yet externally. That is
Right.
another thing also. And like someone may have fixed this 2 weeks ago and we never
Yeah.
got it live or something. Who knows? Like,
Yeah,
I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
Mm-hmm.
all right, moving forward here, we are on elements, and now we are into ascendancy swapping. Is the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously
good one.
in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
See, I knew it coming.
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't be the end, like, that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure. But so, I don't know, it's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final, but that being said, we have re-speaking of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly. And then we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land. But, like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot, you know, just to overrule it just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure, that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it, but I'm also, once again, like, other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is, like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of does. I don't really think that really holds much water.
It's less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly, but you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
surely we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, the time to kill of pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended design something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous, and we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped
hammer
for
is
it,
coming.
it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about 1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat.
Okay. Oh, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, Is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant like goal. Like this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition. But we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
So, map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same thing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and I keep randoming into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
The pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there. And part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that. And how you acquire the points, again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree.
Still in the second ascendancy. I mean,
for the sub trees, for the leagues, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own.
Wait, it's lagging? Hello?
Meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
Why is it lagging? Yeah, we need a map tab, dude.
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now.
Yes.
As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a
it'll be done soon.
We wanted it there for release.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some mini questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the Cicerin. It was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictor's just not.
It's not. We only have lockstep currently.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet, so it's just not something that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember exactly what they were.
But yeah, we need to get it sorted.
There were some things that didn't work in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them. And no time.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game? And is there any plans around making this a little bit?
It's just a matter of individual work on each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure.
And it's annoying because you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
just a matter of individual balance things.
To be addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah. And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down. And we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately. And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there. At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them. And then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty-gritty. Let's talk about Hodor. Minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word, come on.
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's like smarter somehow that like fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting until the next refresh. So like that'll at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out, which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the
and
big
it took
problems
8 hours of people just giving me stuff. For sure. Giving me things, giving me exalted orbs, divine orbs.
For them rubber banding to you, resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here. However, in PoE 1, there is a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge where your minions can't, because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Are there not minion things in the AI? We did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From a damage perspective,
I was not playing Elon Musk's character.
Hugely no.
Fuck?
We
Look at
were
this.
tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive?
In 30 days.
Because it was meant to be more in order
no
to
time
have your
to play
minions,
another
otherwise
account.
they're
What do you
never
mean?
dead, right? They're permanently
I see.
alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And
That is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the,
it was meant to be more of active. What are you doing to keep them alive actively? And we haven't got that right. Like for sure, we haven't got that right. So like I guess Bone Offering was meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams coming, and then also then you got a multi-thread. You got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion.
Robert, I played many hours of Diablo 4 together, especially during
do,
AOZ times. It must be someone
The
else.
problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like
nerfs.
detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop-out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do, otherwise... I'd say that blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure, like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and you know all of that.
Yeah, I mean I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot
Not even
kills
the heralds
next
are
one, it
getting
resets,
enough.
and then it kills the next one, it resets. You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant use convocation could be a solution to that, which would help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minion's movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
that
you've
sounds like a bug to me?
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
I just need to look into what's going on.
Our developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah. There was quite a lot of rushed like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's even more stuff that's wrong than that, just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is, given like I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, this is a dead feature. Like it may as well not exist. And then all of a sudden it was at least something that I was like, okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did. So there's just more to do though, of course.
Rogue,
I got plenty more minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
So soon, fairly soon. It took more work than we expected actually. Like there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it won't be. It's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2, there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a specter come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a specter, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a specter that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
that is true. Well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper specter mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank where you're like, that's...
How rare
like,
Greater Julo Ops? I would say
a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it, it might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a specter of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make specters of all of them, which is. You're almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say soon, whatever soon means.
Not too
TM.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
that's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally.
I believe that's resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one.
Okay,
I believe.
He's ridiculous.
I saw it on the list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills. Yeah,
it was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after the patch, and then we'll make more changes if needed. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Auction House. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an Auction House or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Yeah. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world. It's my understanding. Yeah. Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated Ascendancy trial. So, any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for the stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind, and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
people with that colorblindness highlighting the area. So Ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE 1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the intention is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the like when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like just,
and honestly,
what the heck is this
Delirium,
glowing
Delirium.
beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like it's just this freaking it's a cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I mean, I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
Yeah. We can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem adding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flasks slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for fast travel.
purposes.
It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those.
Start and boss.
I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so yeah, we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do.
Can they talk about the date, or did they?
Sure.
Yeah.
On the table, however.
Did I miss
Okay.
this,
Being able
guys?
to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I mean, I don't really have anything against it,
Did they
but
talk
where the hell
about
does
the
the
date?
option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yeah,
opens up the menu.
maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva
The
normally does
reason
this.
for that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the rewards. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan Dome with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change the sentences? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But
we'll allow you to change.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay, movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So, how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that I think it's good.
I mean, if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last 2, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specic.
I think people just want
in
to be
general, no, like.
Yeah.
If you're looking at like
we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there, but like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this. Then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of
more of a generic question I was getting. Okay, last one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're with co-op here.
I think it's.
That's it.
There's something not right about it.
There's something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it. To make things feel more physical, but there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be, considering that players are actually... No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player instead of changing the size of all the monsters. And I think that probably results in like a situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. Yeah, that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can in the near future. I honestly like.
Common, man.
This is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on to?
It's probably it turned into more work than we initially anticipated for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, you know, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and yeah, we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some resources, a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Yeah, so I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but yeah, we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think that pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, unless you want to talk about, you know...
Bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah, so I figured I'd just throw it out there, but that's it. Guys, you want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming. And, you know, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above it. We very much appreciate you guys' time. And sorry for going so long. But pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but... Thanks for your time.
We don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed my last.
We don't know how long it's been.
All right, thank you so much.
All right,
thank you.
They're going, dude.
Okay.
That's crazy. Very good stuff. Gazzy is still gesticulating.
Go.
We're back on camera and everything there too.
All right, that was pretty cool.
Holy moly. All right, chat. Sorry, we tried, guys. Look, we had 70-something plus questions. We went over the allotted time that we had. We did our best to get all of your guys' questions. I know we missed some of them that you guys wanted to talk about. We did literally the best we can. I know there's tons of specific questions you said, you're wanting to ask about the Huntress or the Druid, et cetera, et cetera. We did what we could. So appreciate y'all watching. Thanks to GGG for the opportunity. And there's the raid as well. So that was.
Wait, I want to watch this clip.
That was about as good as we could do, realistically. Yeah, I'm actually impressed we got through as many questions as we could. Damn near held them at gunpoint there at the end to try to get through these. But
but there's also
good job, lovely co-host Ghazi.
Yeah, good job.
About me.
Big oof. What is this?
And it took 8 hours of people just giving me stuff. So people were giving me things, giving me Exalted Orbs, Divine Orbs, Headhunters, Mage Bloods, Taste of Hits, just everything. And then we actually managed to buy it. And like even doing the trade took like an hour. 200 or 300 or 46, dude. The standard economy is that fucked.
Oof. I mean, this is how it goes, dude. Handouts, whatever. Well, that was
I'm Jonathan Rod.
That was a killer stream, man. Great podcast. Nerfs, yes or no? No nerfs. I have a summary here. Actually, let me... Aloha from Hawaii. I'm getting my vacation game news here. Yo, sounds good, man. Chilling in the sun. Hey, let's go. Yeah, I mean, we want to move on from this situation, dude. Like, it's... This is behind us. I didn't even know what the clip was. What are your thoughts, Rob? Well, pretty positive. Like, no freaking nerves. But, dude, did I miss the date completely or what? Guys, did they not talk about the date at all? Like, what happened there? Overall
Aloha
reaction,
from
very
Hawaii.
positive.
I'm getting my vacation game news here.
No nerfs. I think the game is gonna become quite a bit more rewarding even. That's at least the way it looks like. It's pretty crazy. Hey, thanks for the 10-month J-Lex. Coming later this week. Did they say this? Guys, did they say coming later this week? This week? I mean, so, like the upcoming week. I mean, it's Sunday, which is the end of the week. Oh, he said it, okay.
Thanks to it Crankmeat for my sub gift.
Okay, they did say it. I don't know, I somehow missed it. Yeah, here the date in the middle, soon TM.
That specific conversation.
Okay, that was a long podcast. In the very beginning? Okay. What about the locked accounts? They didn't really say anything in regards to this. I mean, it should come in a few days then. Okay. I might do an offline recording too. I hope it's not gonna crash me. Wait, can you link the forum post? Soon? There's a forum post about it too? Okay, later this week, yeah, it says. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I somehow missed that. Okay, this one is good quality. Okay, that's gonna be very nice. I hope it doesn't lag too much. I think the music needs to be a bit down. Yeah, locked account different from a banned account. Yeah, okay, I don't know. There's definitely been... They did address some of the security issues that they had. I was actually pretty surprised that they addressed those. But it was very nice. Okay. Make a quick video, it's not going to be too long. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. GGG just announced a big patch coming later this week. There's a full video here from GGG, Jonathan Rogers, talking about a lot of stuff, and I have the summary here for you. Later this week, this patch will be releasing to the live game, and there are a ton of changes. I think almost all of them, if not all of them, are positive changes. There's almost no nerfs, or maybe even no nerfs at all coming to the game yet. However, at a later stage, there's going to be an economy reset plus a new league starting. This is not this patch, this is going to later down the road, and then we're going to see a big balance / nerf patch. But right now, we're getting this upcoming week, we're getting a ton of buffs here. Starting with making maps in the Waystones more rewarding in terms of density, in terms of like elite packs that are going to spawn. Like if you have a bad map, like a bad layout, for example, you're going to have a ton of monster density coming there. So this is going to make bad maps much better. And we're going to have 4 more variations of towers. I believe they showcased a few of them here. So, you know, the towers have been a big issue. They also did change the current variants of the towers. And I think we have some footage here. This is like some of the new towers here. This is like how one of the towers looks. And this is just going to add like a lot more variety to those towers. And I think it's going to make them feel like much cooler and probably also more rewarding. Like we'll see, because like the current tower has like a very narrow layout. And at least some of these towers here seem a bit more open, and I really like that. So we're gonna have a ton of variety in terms of maps and options here. So that's gonna be pretty cool. And this is, I think, the existing tower. Look, you see it looks quite different. Yeah, pretty cool stuff, basically. All right, then they're gonna add more boss maps. So you guys remember that the boss maps were not so common. So they are doing 2 things. Their goal is to have about 25% of the maps should be boss maps. So you can see here a screenshot. This is how it looks after the patch. So you can see way more bosses. Plus, they also said they're going to add a tablet. Not sure if they're going to show it here. I think they do. They're going to add a tablet that basically gives you up to 7 maps in range contain bosses. So you're gonna have this tablet that basically juices the maps and gives them a boss. And I'm not sure how exactly this is going to work with the Atlas tree, where if the map has a boss, it also becomes an irradiated map, getting +1 level. I mean, you can let me know in the comments, but I think if you add the boss to the map, it probably also going to get +1 level, the way I understand it with the Atlas tree. There's a note there. So that might be pretty strong. You basically get irradiated and boss at the same time. So very much looking forward to that. They already talked about strong boxes in the previous patch notes. They're going to make them a lot better, more rewarding, and spawn faster. In general, there's going to be less visual clutter, and especially these like little arcane chaos damage beams from the plants are going to be much better to see. Also on the Atlas, you'll finally be able to zoom out more. There's a trick, you can do it right now in the game, but it's very complicated, and they will make it very easy. Maybe you can just like, I don't know, scroll with your mouse wheel and just zoom out, so you can very much, very easy basically determine where you want to go and get a better overview, right? And they also did some improvements to reduce load times. Now, in terms of league mechanics, they acknowledge that Breach is basically the best league mechanic at the moment, and they don't want to nerf Breach, but they are buffing the other ones. So Delirium, I think, is going to get a 25% Simulacrum Splinter-like buff. The Omens from Ritual, the omens that you find during the ritual have a 60% more chance to appear. So that's probably going to affect the omen prices. This is also going to affect crafting, because they're just going to be a lot more common. And you also have a better rarities in the items that you have in the shop of the ritual. So that's going to be pretty cool. Then big changes coming to the Citadel. So lots of people have been complaining that they don't find enough Citadels. And they are basically doing some changes. Here you can see the zoomed out Atlas. And they're doing two things to the citadels. First of all, they will appear more closely to the center of the Atlas. So this is like the center here where you have like your home. And right now, no citadels can appear basically in the close proximity. And they're basically reducing this radius. So you have much higher chances of encountering citadels more early on. And they also said you're going to have better visibility for the citadels in the fog. So even if you haven't discovered like all of the map, like if you have this fog here, the citadels will have like a glow to them and you will be able to see them from much further away. And I think it was Jonathan who said that this is actually a very big change, and it's going to result into people finding the citadels way more frequently, because you will know where to go and you will kind of know how close you are to a citadel. And there's another cool change coming for the Pinnacle content, is that the Arbiter of Ash, you used to have only one portal, but now when you enter the Arbiter of Ash fight and you die for the first time, on the low tier you will have up to 6 portals. So the materials will not be wasted and you can enter him again, learning the fight. And then the higher level to the Arbiter of Ash you go, the less chances you're going to have for them to respawn. But this is going to be fantastic to learn the mechanics for you. And then only in the highest levels you're going to have like 1 or, you know, like maybe 2 portals. So pretty cool change here for the Arbiter of Ashes. And then they discussed a lot about item changes, and they had like a big Q&A at the end here, following up on more of that. So big shout out again here to Darth Microtransactions and Gazi, who did the Tavern Talk right after the Jonathan video announcement. I'm going to link that below, the live stream channel. It went on for like more than 2.5 hours, so there's a lot of details there. And we got some additional learnings. So they are doing a ton of unique changes. Runes, like the socket runes, can now be overwritten. You will lose the old rune, but you can overwrite them and they are not set in stone anymore. They also discussed rarity and magic find a lot, because this was like a big topic in the community. It basically is working as intended, they confirmed, and it has a big diminishing returns. And they don't have any changes planned to rarity right now, but they are keeping a close eye on, because to some people in the community, rarity feels pretty mandatory, and they'll keep an eye on it, and maybe they'll change it later down the line. There's also a lot of charms, quality of life, visibility incoming. You will be able to see like how many charges you have left and all these kinds of things. And they also discussed the possibility of basically adding more sources to get like +2 or +3 charm slots total. In other news, they are basically making some of the bosses easier. Silver Fist here, this is like the big gorilla that's like slamming you, was mentioned here in particular. Like his slam is going to deal quite a bit less damage. Then here the next big thing, we are finally getting a console loot and item filter. So this is coming with the patch, and we'll finally be able to, for console players, to filter the loot. This is going to be huge, much requested feature. They are looking into ways of buffing armor. I think for now they said a 15% buff is coming with this patch. They realize that this is probably not enough, and they will continue looking into the armor to make it more exciting and to make it more meaningful. But for now, there's about 15% extra damage mitigation coming for armor. This is particularly buffing warriors. And to talk about this for a second, they did talk a lot about warriors and maces. You know how the warriors feels kind of slow offensive-wise, and how it feels kind of weak defensive-wise, because life and armor right now are not that strong. So they definitely acknowledge this, and there's going to be this big balance patch later down the line coming with an economy reset, where they will address this even more. There are endgame buffs planned, and particularly they said like in the story it feels okay, but in the endgame it feels a bit lacking. So there is a ton of stuff for the warrior in particular. They want to look at the attack speed scaling of certain of those mace skills. And then there is, they also talked a bit about Hawa, a pillar of the gods, and like attribute stacking. This is on the radar. However, they don't want to do like big crazy nerfs during the mid-season. So there's no nerf coming for this during this league, but you know, in this big balance patch, they kind of hinted at it that Hands of Wisdom and some of the other crazy attribute stacking is gonna get a change. Also, there is a map tab coming, so you know there's like a ton of maps that you have to kind of like go through, and these maps are definitely kind of a bit annoying in the stash management right now. And they are doing a map tab for you guys, so we can you know, have the maps in a dedicated tab and filter them and access them more easy. Then they talked a lot about the ascendancy changes, like possibility of changing your ascendancy class, and they doubled down kind of on this, and they don't have any like immediate plans of changing this. They still want this to be a big decision, like when you choose your ascendancy class, you will not be able to go back. And maybe they'll change this in the future, but for now, they're sticking with this course. There's also been talking a bit about, like, at the Ultimatum trial, the Tornado Bird guy. He killed a lot of players, also in hardcore. And there's just some nerfs coming, so this Tornado is not like, you know... I think it either gets a bit of a smaller hitbox, and it's gonna deal a bit less damage. I think that's what they said. And again, the date for all of this is later this week. There was a couple more details, and I highly encourage you to watch the entire dev stream here from Gazi and the DM again. I'm going to link this below if you want to see the full stuff, and I'm also going to link this PoE patch preview down below. I would think that this is going to come out in a few days. Map tab in the stash is coming, yes. And this will probably be here, I don't know, Tuesday, Thursday, somewhere around this. So big patch coming. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a ton of fun. PoE 2, let's go. Hope you enjoyed the overview. And I will see you with more information soon when the patch hits. Let's go. GG. I think that was a good, quick summary. Why are they against Auction House? Did they say that? I mean, I remember them saying at some point that they didn't want item trading to be too convenient because then it would be too OP. I don't think they said they are like completely against an Auction House, but I might remember this not correctly. Yeah, not 100% on that. They denied it. I might have missed it. I mean, it was a long podcast. I think they said something along those lines before, so I'm not too surprised about it. And again, their reasoning, at least how I understand it, is they don't want trading to be like mandatory to play the game, right? If it's too convenient, man, then the best way to play the game is to not play the game, but just to trade. Pretty much. Auction also be amazing though. I mean, the main problem is that people don't respond, right? That really sucks. I agree. I don't even know what this is. I did check. Wait, is this like... Wait a sec. Is this really big changes to these uniques? Old. Spell damage, cast speed, int. Yeah, I mean, okay, these are not really that crazy, right? +5 crit chance. Well, I mean, some of them still look kind of meh. Wait, what about Headhunter? The Headhunter is great. Oh, this is a nice change. 10 auras, some more armor. I mean, definitely some good changes. I think I'm gonna record a short. When's the patch coming? This week. They didn't say. I don't know when when do they usually do patches, guys? I don't really know. Like I would say in the next 5 days. They said this week, so. I'm gonna make a quick short as well. I think then we're done. Ton of changes are coming to Path of Exile. We're getting new tower layouts here. We're getting more boss spawns on each map. We're getting higher monster density on the bad maps. There's finally a loot filter coming for the console version. The citadels, they spawn much closer to the center in the Atlas. We get extra attempts on serval bosses like the Arbiter of Ashes. Runes can be now overwritten. And we are getting changes to various mechanics such as armor and so much more. Ton of exciting. Let's go. I hope I didn't lag during this. Yeah, look at this, man. Up to 7 maps in range contain bosses. Oh boy. Coming to changes, ton of changes are coming to Path of. Ton of exciting. Let's go. Let's go. That's as short as it gets. Now I have to move. It's because of my like there's a screen, there's a screen, there's a screen, you know. But I get what you're saying. I look at my look at some sound settings on the microphone. Let's fucking go. I think I'm gonna like put my microphone like further back again. But it's gonna be a bit shorter though. No, I appreciate all the tips. Like, no need to take it in a, like, it's good. It's good criticism. I noticed this as well. So would this give +1 monster level, guys? No, thanks for the feedback, Kodatox. Much appreciated. I hope they wait a bit with Hauer Pillar nerf. I'm still gearing hard. Ja, they might. Ja, ich kann es mir sonst nicht erklären. Una NPC in your hideouts. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sounds good. Directional microphone. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I think there's like a program. What was it called? I think it's this. Let me try something. I think it's this program. It's for a microphone. Settings. New version. Okay, I probably have to upgrade. Okay, I'll probably need to look into this. Okay. I think it might be something in here. I'll figure it out. Didn't really save anything. My game lags like Spark build. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go eat and then sleep. I will post the summary if you missed it. I'll post it on my YouTube channel in a little bit. Okay. Now you can check this out right here. It's gonna be right here on the YouTube. Alright, my friend, thank you so much for watching. No nerfs, only buffs. We also have Diablo 4 news coming next week on Thursday. So we get the patch and we get the news. That's gonna be so cool. Ton of exciting stuff, boys. So GG, thanks for watching. And I might not stream tomorrow because I have some IRL stuff. It's Monday, I need to do some stuff, but yeah, next campfire will be crazy. I hope so too, man. Yeah, thanks for watching, boys. I will see you, I think on Tuesday I'll be back. Hopefully the patch is gonna be on Tuesday. Might be. And then we'll do more Ranger Danger. Take care, my friends. GG, good night.